those hooks. More kills, better hook. So wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook them. Reel them in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook them. Reel them in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults, total chaos. Triple hook, recall hook, trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel them in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go! Listen up, warriors. The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Francos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave, hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
Welcome everyone, and this is it, the final game of the Swiss stage. Everything has led up to this moment. One last match could close it out, and one last chance could make a statement, and the one final opportunity to lock in momentum heading into the next phase. The pressure is at its peak, and the stakes are clear, and you know both teams are bringing everything they've got. It all comes down to this. Let's get into the final game of the Swiss stage. This is AMER South, MCT AMER South. We've got our boisterous casters, Private Dancer, and Rico to liven it up. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing great here. I know we only have one series of best of 5, but it promises to be a banger as both of these teams fighting to kind of make that final statement before we edge our way into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's not only for playoffs here, it's for the honor, it's for proving themselves that they can do and they can reach the top. So hi Zina, hi Private. Once again, welcome everybody to the MCT AMER South. One match today, one best of 5, but it promises a lot.
Yes, it does. We are excited today. It's going to be one match, one best of 5 for sure, and it's going to be against Infinity and DreamHack.
Yeah, two teams that we know very well here moving into the South. One position will be for 4th place, one will be for 5th place. So one of them will be opening up the playoffs in that first round. One of them will be earning them a little bit of a break, hopefully, into that second round, a little bit of breathing room, a little time to study the prospective opponents that they will be getting.
Yeah, more than that, we saw these teams yesterday, like DreamHack lost versus Octa Gaming, and Infinity won versus Titan Esports 3-0 here, with Fanboy bringing some surprises out of the box once again. So I'm really excited to see what is going on today.
Yes. And if you're just joining us, the Swiss stage is all about progression. Teams climb the standings with every win, and every match shapes the road ahead. So we're going to take a quick look again at what the Swiss stage format is.
Welcome to AMER 2026, the official league for Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the Americas. In this video, we'll walk you through the format of the competition. The league is divided into 2 regions, North America and South America. Each region features 8 teams, for a total of 16 teams competing in the ecosystem. The regions compete separately during the season before meeting in the Americas finals. Each region begins with the Swiss stage. All 8 teams compete across multiple rounds. Teams are matched against opponents with the same win-loss record, ensuring balanced competition. Matches in this stage are played in a best-of-3 format. The playoffs are divided into 2 phases based on seeding. Lower seeded teams begin in Phase 1, where matches are played in a single elimination format. Higher seeded teams advance directly to Phase 2, which uses a double elimination bracket. Matches throughout the playoffs are played in a best-of-5 series. In Phase 2, teams that lose in the upper bracket move to the lower bracket for a final chance to continue. The playoffs culminate in the group's finals. The final match is played in a best-of-5 series to determine the group champion. The champions from North America and South America advance to the Americas finals. Here, they compete to determine the best team in the Americas in a best-of-7. Everything leads here. AMER 2026 starts now.
How exciting. This is the final day of that format. We have been able to see a whole bunch of strategies being shown here. It was awesome to see the different global bans as well. And speaking of global bans, we are going to jump right into that. Let's take a look at what global bans are all about.
We'll have the global ban in MCT Americas to bring more dynamism and special strategies. Under global ban rules, each hero can only be selected once by each team. After every match, the 5 heroes used are banned for the remainder of the series. The pick ban applies only to the team that used the hero. The opponent may pick it next game. In best-of-7 matches, the global ban resets for both teams if it reaches the final game. Expect new strategies, fresh picks, and much more.
I really love those global bans, don't you, Private?
Yeah, they've been very exciting here thus far, and I feel like even especially today, a question will be answered about the meta, of whether an expertise knowledge of the meta will be able to overcome some choice picks that kind of see outside the box here today, Rico.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about Infinity, especially when we're talking about Fanboy, who usually brings something out of the box here, like Valeric or Chip, or maybe Lolita. I don't think that he's gonna bring Lolita anymore here because he brought once and he lost. But who knows? Okay, but everything is possible today.
Yes, it was fun seeing Lolita, but remember guys, before we move on, I would like you guys to follow us on all our social medias, please. MLBB Esports, be part of our community. We are on Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. We are all over the place. If you can't find us on one of these channels, you weren't looking. No, I'm just kidding. So make sure you do follow us. We're everywhere.
If you guys miss any of the action throughout the week, north or south, you can find all the catch-up materials, even the schedules for what's going to be happening with the playoffs and where the seeding is going to be taking us, including standings on those social medias as well. So look them up.
You're totally right. We are watching you everywhere. So make sure you follow us in the social networks here, not only in our social profiles here, but also with the MLBB, MLBB Esports, MLBB NA Sports, and everywhere we are watching you.
Right, we want to, if this broadcast was powered, oh wait, we have the MWI open registrations. Ladies, if you have not registered yet, this is your chance to get in on that esports side and the esports scene. The MWI qualifiers opened yesterday, and you have a chance from now until May 11th to get in on that. The QR code is right over there. Scan it if you can.
Yeah, why let the guys have all the fun when it comes to the competitive nature of Mobile Legends when we know there is a bustling and bright female community out there just waiting to knock some heads and show what it's worth for the qualifiers and possibly a seat for MWI itself.
Yeah, we all know there's a lot of pro ladies around the globe here who's all able to play Mobile Legends so well. So it's a time to shine.
Yes, it's your time to shine, and we are shining here on the stage because of Runestone. Runestone, light up your esports. Our sponsor here, runestone.gg. You can go there and make sure you get to track your stats and improve your gameplay by visiting them and Runestone.
Yeah, if you're looking for an organization that shares your passion and the knowledge you want to try to get better, look no further than runestone.gg.
Yeah, improve your gameplay, improve your static, improve your knowledge, and make this all happen thanks to Runestone. So it is all for you.
Yes, ladies, remember that you can get in and track your stats right there to improve your MWI, so you can get in on MWI. But let us look at our schedule right now, right? So, all right. Well, on the Swiss stage here, we get who we're having up next. Right here, we can see the seeded number 1 spot is Entity 7. Seeded for 8 is Black Sentence. Sorry. But our last match here, we'll have Infinity and DreamHack.
Yeah, as we said, Infinity and DreamHack fighting for that 4th and 5th seed. One of those will be the 5th seed, which will compete in the opening round of the playoffs. The 4th seed actually get to sit aside to go ahead and wait until round 2, so a little bit of a chance for them to see the competition.
Yeah, and having told, we are about to see today's schedules, you know.
Yeah. And as we kept talking about the long-awaited match that we are trying to get in on, the one today will be against Infinity against DreamHack, a best of 5 between these two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting, especially that this is going to be a best of 5. And we have yet, and I'm kind of excited for different reasons too. DreamHack, we've been talking about Che Kite and how her domination in that mid lane, especially on the Kimmy. Infinity, I think a lot of people have become fans of the chip gameplay, some of those outside the box picks that come from the Roam fanboy there as well. But with all of that, we're going to see possibly 5 games here where these guys can stretch their hero pools to the limit.
It's a day of a lot of actions here. It's a day for a lot of challenge, especially for both teams here. We are seeing a challenge for a King, for example, who role swapped from a jungler to XP lane, and now we got jump style and now Chimera in the gold lane. We're seeing Infinity with a fanboy, usually bringing some picks out of the box, but not only about fanboy. We're seeing Azizis with a high performance, bringing Nolan, bringing some other heroes in the jungler that he can have a high performance on Infinity. So it's gonna be a very wild match of best of 5 here. We expect 5 games, please guys, 5 games at least here in the best of 5 for Infinity versus DreamHack.
Yes, for sure. I do want to see a good match here. I am excited to watch Infinity again for the fact that I enjoy Fanboy's oddball picks there with the roam and bringing in those ones that are not meta, right? So, let us go into see all the teams about. Let's see Infinity's roster here. All right, Infinity's roster. We have Rusi, ZZ, Lionel, Zablax, and Fanboy.
Yeah, like we were talking about yesterday, and as Rico just said a little bit earlier, it's not just about some of those ones that have been getting a lot of the credit there, especially with Fanboy. Zablax has been making a big impact in that gold lane, and a lot of these teams, they just all come together very well, especially when we're at a point where like teams are banning almost all of ZZ's heroes.
All right, for DreamMax here, we have King, Jumpstyle, Shy Kite, Quimera, and Blink. I knew you were saying Shy Kite was pretty fun to watch, right? She's been very doing well in her lane here. So her bringing out that Kimmy was a really good job.
Yeah. Actually, it's gonna be very interesting here to watch Akai once again. But more than that, we're seeing like King getting adapted to the new role here as XP lane. And you know, guys, I was talking to some content creators yesterday, and we were talking about like this a role swap is something that happens sometimes with some players, and most of them said that there is some changes that is getting easier than the other ones. For example, when you move from a side to another side, theoretically it's easier when you move for example for a roaming to a side, for a jungler to a side, for example, because the jungler have to worry about like all the clear path. You have to think about the ganks, you have to think about like the game and the high tempo and the low tempo here, and the sides like okay, you have to worry about your side, you have to have a strong landing phase, you know, you have to know the time exactly to roaming to guarantee this these resources and this advantage for your team, you know. So maybe like we are talking about King's example here, from jungler to XP, maybe he needs a little more time to grow more and get more knowledge about like this role swap thing.
I feel like moving from jungles and roams in general, they have to pay attention to a lot that's going on in the map. They need to understand what lanes are being pushed, where they have weaknesses, when the turtle's going to be up, who needs support and stuff like that. And there's so much for them to keep track of that I feel like on some ways it can be a little easier moving to that side lane from there. But also, when you're especially XP lane, it's one of those roles where you have to take that ego, you have to set it down, you have to be very patient. You don't, I know you want to 1v1 them, you really feel like you can push on there, but does your team need that push? Does your team need you to get that kill? And that's something that a lot of those side lanes really need to understand sometimes when that transition comes up there. We can try to go ahead and force this push, we can try to force this flicker, or we can wait, make sure that I have all of my spells, especially as an XP laner, for that first objective, to make sure that I'm going to be in place and being able to get that push, which I feel like XP lanes have such a huge such a huge responsibility at some of those first objectives of setting the tone, getting the sets, pushing the objectives there. A very standard start for both of these teams, whether it comes to bans or the picks out there as well, with the exception of one ban on the side of DreamMax. I want to say a little bit of a respect ban there for Fanboy.
Yes, they are banning out that chip. They knew in the hands of Fanboy, it is a hard thing for them to go against, for sure. The fact that he can get his whole team around just as quickly and get everyone out of there. They went ahead. They're picking up the Kufra here. No, go ahead.
Because I was thinking about Kalia, you know? I was about to talk about like, okay, they banned Chip, but the Kalia, it's open. But now once again, Fanboy is surprising us, bringing something, okay, it's out of the box. Maybe we can talk about like how far of the box is jumping here from like bringing a Kufra, bringing a Baleric, for example. They're not in the meta, we know that, but are they so off the meta? Are they so far from the meta to not to be considerate of bringing here, like to be picked, to be chosen here by the other teams? But now we're seeing Glue once again here being chosen by a DreamHack. Another thing that I want to talk about with you guys is Private said something that is really nice, that sometimes the XP laner has to like take down the ego, take down like this will to be a protagonist, for example, just to help the team, you know. And I think that I have the impression, but I cannot say this, I don't want to be early, but yesterday we saw King playing with the Suyo and with the Claude in XP lane, you know. We both know that they are heroes that needs resources, that needs a farm, that needs damage to cause and impact in a good way for the team, you know. Maybe or the team talked to King and said, okay, King, you can help us bringing these heroes in XP. Or maybe King told them, okay, I can play with these heroes and I can do something more, you know. So it's a thing that we can talk about. But bringing these heroes yesterday, that when he brought, and I was talking to some content creators, they didn't like, okay, we didn't enjoy like bringing in Claude in XP for a DreamHack. So I don't know, maybe they talked about it private and said, okay, maybe today is not a good idea, it's not so interesting to bring something like so out of the box to the XP lane.
Well, and I wonder if that was more out of the box, or that they saw something in the draft that kind of countered out the Suyo, and King could have offered up, hey, I can play Suyo in the XP lane, we can change it out. Because like I said, I feel like if it was a pre-thought out thing, it feels to me like we kind of wasted what Suyo can bring to a game when he's fed, when he's early, when he's making those rotations. He just becomes a monster, rather than just having him in the XP lane where he's really managed down to one lane of farm that he can get maybe some kills if he's able to rotate a little bit early, and you really kind of squander out what Suyo can bring to your team. I want to say very interesting for a first draft coming out from Infinity. Already got the Kagura and the CC picks out there.
Yeah, that is very interesting. CC is like a gradual damage, so but I don't even know. It will be Glue, but will he be picked as the EXP laner here, or the roamer?
We're about to know because
yeah,
there's
like,
a possibility, you know, like this.
Because I don't know if CC will do well against that, but.
My biggest complaints about the draft coming from Infinity would have been that Kufra goes in with the Tyrant's Revenge, that rubber band ability to try to get to Valentina, and we don't have an ability to catch up to her. Here with Kagura, with CC, we still have a follow-up for Kufra to kind of get to that access to that back line. So it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah. That is really going to be very interesting here in the first game here. Both the two compositions are finished, and it's a funny thing here from DreamHack, because King brought the Sora, and we know there's a natural counter that is a Valentina, but in this time it was brought by Chaekite here in the mid lane. On the other hand, we are seeing once again Lionel bringing this Kagura with a very high potential of burst damage, especially with the magical one. We are seeing Boxia in the jungler for ZZ's hand. You know, like both compositions are very strong, you know, because even though we're seeing the Kufra, which is not so usually here in the meta or being used in the MCT AMER South, and I believe Kufra, especially with the hard engage, you know, with the Tyrant's ultimate here, that can be can create some breaches in this DreamHack composition here to focus in a target like Valentina or Moscow, for example, despite they have some dashes and despite they have some ability here to escape, you know. But for Kufra, if he combines with a Flicker, for example, that is getting more difficult for DreamHack.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here, ladies and gentlemen. Our Soul 5, best of 5 series coming to decide a 4th and 5th seed. Infinity taking on DreamHack, and I already have a little bit of a war here fighting over the Little Wanderer. A big pop-up by Blink, who's going to be able to just eke his way away. Little Wanderer going over to the hands of Infinity.
Alright, please guys, let us start the game so probably hear me in private. The guys are fighting up in the jungler. But now, oops, fanboy once again, 2v1 private.
Yeah, Chick had a little bit of trouble, but I mean, if one person I can trust on the team to understand their power scaling and what they need to do to get out of harm's way, it's Chaekite, who has done a phenomenal job in the mid lane, even when DreamMax is kind of on the ropes and not having the most favorable games. It always seems like Chaekite is playing almost on a separate game where she's not taking a lot of deaths. She's constantly doing the best that she can to kite. We did see her have a little bit of trouble yesterday, though, when it came going up against Boxia. I think in their first game, she got caught a couple of times. That actually took her down. So we're gonna see if she has any new moves in there, especially because once you get caught by Fanboy, it's gonna be very rough for you to try to escape. You do see that we have 2 Purifies on both of our squishier heroes on the DreamMax side, as Infinity gonna go ahead, clean up this turtle without contention.
Yeah, we can talk about like this powerful trinity here coming from Infinity with Kagura, Boxer, and Kufra. You know, the first, oops, Zablax. All right, okay.
Yeah, it took a little bit of damage there.
Okay, so because in the first minute we saw like they fighting, playing aggressive, and then we saw like they are forcing Blink to use the flicker. And then it became a breach, an opportunity for Infinity to guarantee a turtle. And now on the top side, the 2v1 versus King. Once again, King being trouble, but he's able to survive. You know, so the turtle guaranteed by Infinity, especially for this powerful trinity coming from Infinity Esports.
Yeah, see, King actually takes a decent amount of damage. Rusi's doing a great job of swallowing up all of these minions and refusing their farm. Speaking of which, Chaekite in trouble. ZZ misses the jump, but Fanboy is right there to collect. And unfortunate for DreamMax, unable to reply. So that's going to be a first blood going over to Infinity.
And you know what? Could be worse for DreamMax because the kill went for Fanboy. It didn't go to Leonel, for example, or ZZ. That could be better, but now here we're seeing a dive. No, a Fanboy here decided to move away. But now here's the first 1-0 so far for Infinity. We're seeing in the top side, as you said, King has some struggling with Rusi, with CC. But now we have this Trinity so far, once again, playing aggressive for Infinity to trying to neutralize, especially Chaekite that we were talking about here in the first minute, that she is able to read the map, to read the situation, to get this outscape.
Ooh, we do have 3 members here. A great job up at the top 2. Rusi doing a good job to kind of starve out King on. It means we're not going to have, we're going to be a little less farm when it comes to this Asura pickup. Doing a great job of keeping those minions on his side. Now, a little bit of a rotation. Chaekite coming out, Fanboy tuning up the bands, looking for it. Goes in, does go a little bit wide to hit King. Now, chasing down Chaekite is ZZ on the back end. Turtle has been reset. Blink is out, does have that split up there, and he's getting chunked down to the ground as well. Tortoise Pusins is out as well. Blink looking for a different position. Tyrant's Rage connects onto the back end, onto King, who has to find himself an escape, but Rusi chases him down, allowing Infinity the availableness they needed to get the turtle and another kill as well. 2 down for the side of DreamMax, 1 down for Infinity.
Once again, Infinity's playstyle here, forcing Blink to use the flick to survive, not for engage, not to initiate something. It is to survive, it is to escape, and now giving them the opportunity to guarantee another turtle. More than that, 3 kills for Infinity, 1 kill for Rusi, 1 kill for ZZ, and 1 from Fanboy. Okay, but now Zablax.
Oh, yeah, underneath the tower, he's going to get nailed in, but coming in from the side, ZZ might be able to catch the King. No, he goes up at the top for Kumera, but he's got 4 members of DreamMax on his heels looking to take him down. Unfortunately, Blink not able to get the CC onto that target, but let alone up at the top, we're going to see a lot of damage going up onto that tower. Rusi's going to go ahead and put pressure up there. Net by jump style, looking for some type of defense up there. Chaekite almost gets taken out here at the mid lane as well.
We have the Heart Yo-Yos coming from Rusi in the top side, and we have a Heart Umbrella coming from Lionel in the mid lane here with this Kagura. Oh my goodness, Infinity here is so aggressive. A playstyle in the early game. The gold lead here heading for the 2k for Infinity. 2 turtles, the mid lane tower. Private, check it out. It's almost taken down. Infinity here dominating the pace, taking the actions. The first tower, but now here comes the initiation.
Yeah, with the split out there as well. Blink in trouble here, taking a heat of damage. ZZ's going to be able to finish the job as the block. Ooh, takes a SOD. We're still waiting. I think he thought twice. Camara thought twice about coming in on that SOD. Did not want any of that smoke coming out. 4-2 right now for Infinity, who have taken this early game to their opponent's heels. Just a sneeze of health left on that mid tower. A big engagement coming here. Camara in a little bit of trouble here. Fanboy coming in with that bouncing. Trying to get onto jump style as they chased out Camara. That's gonna be another kill. 2 kills as Chayka getting chased out underneath the tower. Do we dare, Rusi? No, they're gonna go ahead, clean up some of these minions. A 7-2 lead for Infinity.
I thought that it would chase Chayka on the bush here, but she was able to head back in the base. But now, once again, 7 kills for Infinity, and now another turtle. I don't think there's going to be a fight back here for DreamHack because they are so behind, especially in the goal lead here. So another very important goal for Infinity. All the 3 turtles for Infinity Esports. And they're still dominating the map here. They're still dominating the pace. They took down the tower in the top side, in the mid lane. There's always Infinity here playing aggressive for all the time.
Yeah, and I mean, I was a little questionable if the Kufra pick was going to work. We still are. Oh my God, Gemstyle actually it does allure ZZ into the middle of 3 members of DreamHack. But as I was saying, I was a little questionable about whether the Kufra was going to be able to work here. But this composition definitely supports it. You've got this immense amount of burst damage so that every single time Kufra lands a jump, you've got all of this damage coming in. Ooh, we have a big flicker there coming in with those shifting skies as well. Fanboy gets a lot of damage onto him. Here comes the cavalry from Infinity on the back end. A big Tyrant's Rage lands onto Jump Style, who goes down 8-2 right now. DreamHack have to look to the safety of their tier 2 mid tower.
There was a questionable engage here for DreamHack because they didn't have the tower number 1 here in the first tower in the mid lane. So it was obvious that the count back here, the response back for Infinity will come for the mid lane here, and they weren't, I'm sorry, afraid to respond that, to engage with Kufra especially. And once again, DreamHack trying to do something, it didn't work, and Infinity here responded very well. But now the focus is the tower number 2 here in the top side. That is going to be a down more advantage for Infinity.
Yeah, and one thing too that I didn't even notice until now that we're getting into it, if you're looking at the Valentina pickup for DreamHack, Infinity, if you look at the ultimates that they provide her, there's really not much that the Valentina can go off of. She can grab maybe the Tortoise Puissance, maybe she can grab the ultimate, the Tyrant's Rage from the Kufra, but there's nothing really, like, I feel like that flips this game on its side that she's able to take from them, which is like just a great draft coming out from Infinity. Not just that, but I feel like they are just getting their value out of this Kufra pick.
Wow. They're doing an amazing job over here, starting with 8-2 by the 8-minute mark, already taking all the objectives and making DreamHack, get a run for their money here already, starting out the first match.
We're seeing here DreamHack's a situation. It's not so unusual for DreamHack, especially for Blink, who likes to play forward, to play aggressive here. But with Glue, we saw at least twice that he was using the flick to escape, using the flick to survive, not to get initiation for a DreamHack here. So we're seeing Infinity dominating so far for the very first minute here. So getting the three turtles, getting the first line of the towers, and now the second one in the top lane here. So with Kufra, that is fit so well here in that composition because of the following damage coming from the burst from Kagura, or even from Rusi with the CC, for example, in the XP lane. It is being very interesting. And one thing that I was realizing here, that they knew how to, especially they knew what they have to do. They know what they have to do, especially to neutralize a Kite's powerful here. So Kite is not be able to do much here in this game. Okay, she has a Valentina. She has the ability to copy some ultimate here, but okay, if she copies Kufer's ultimate, what she can do, what the rest of the team can do here with Suyo, it's weak. It's still weak. Moskov, it is still weak. Needs some items here to get this damage situation. You know, so the clock is ticking against DreamHack here, and Infinity knows that and always playing forward, always playing aggressive here. And now the first Lord is on the river in the upper side immediately. Private is started by Infinity.
Yeah, and to add to that too, I feel like the biggest targets on DreamHack's side were going to be Kite and Blink with how aggressive that they've been here. We do have an SOD. He dares not come in. Just gonna give his team a little bit of vision there, let him know what's going on there. But like the biggest targets have been Kite, have been this glue as well, and this is just the perfect draft to deal with it. If Fanboy comes in, whether she gets whether Fanboy gets Kite, whether Fanboy gets Blink. If you get Blink, then you're gonna have the Tyrant's Rage coming in. You're gonna have ZZ coming in on the Boxia, all that anti-heal, all of that burst damage coming in from the Kagura. Blink can't even sustain it because it's so much AoE. It's gonna be able to whittle down his little minions as well. I just feel like this is just a great draft coming out from Infinity, and it shows here. There's very little that DreamHack is able to do against it. Lord at top, and now starting to mount an offense to the bottom and mid lane is Infinity.
They're only now the second tower here in the mid lane is standing for DreamHack. Oops, Zablox. You have to take care. Initiations over Zablox here. No,
yeah, they actually went deep on the Zablox, who went a little too far forward. Fanboy on the side there. We do see that glue kind of latching on to ZZ, but he activates that Tortoise Puissance immediately. Zablox is going to be taken down a bit here. I feel like this gives DreamHack a little bit of breathing room to come and so you don't lose any more towers, possibly this mid one, but a decent defense put up by DreamHack.
Yeah, it gives a hope for DreamHack here, but I don't think that that will be a big hope. Okay, let's see. In the mid lane here, that's a possible situation.
Oh yeah, they came from all different directions, but Fanboy is a thick and tanky boy, so he was able to withstand it. And I agree with you. I as much as it's not going to turn the tables in the favor of DreamHack just yet, but it gives them at least a little bit of breathing room for this first defense on their side, where they don't have to worry about the Lord crashing in. They don't have to worry about possibly losing some high ground towers and the threat of those overpowered minions coming through those lanes.
Yeah, I agree with you here. So even though that DreamHack got that kill, so there was no Lord, there was no some opportunity for them. Even the minion waves were so hard for Infinity Demon, but now here comes.
Ooh, yeah, big engagement coming in here. Fanboy getting stuck on by all members as King gets blown up. Jump style able to return the favor to Fanboy. Blink in trouble. Zabloch is throwing meteors at a DreamHack right now. I can't even remember if we were able to see, did he have the Trinity build already? Ooh, ZZ coming in from the backside. He's going to zone out the rest of a DreamHack as we are left to only the high ground tower. ZZ sees a little bit up at the top, but he is not going to be able to catch jump style.
Yeah. He didn't went to the bush to trying to find jump style heading back in the base, so it was okay for a jump style, but it is not okay for a DreamHack so far here, Private, because only the high ground now for a DreamHack. You know, after 13 minutes here in the game, the goal lead here heading for a 6k, basically another Lord, but now we're seeing a jump style over Rusi. Oh my goodness, Rusi was able to survive, and it was enough to Infinity guarantee another Lord.
Yeah, and a little bit of a push down at the bottom. So DreamHack is trying to kind of create pressure around here. They know that these objectives are not going to be able to go into their hands. They're too far behind. I think we're looking at about a 4-5k gold lead for the side of Infinity. So at least Chimera is doing his job. He's trying to get those split pushes in, especially as a Moskov. That is where you shine, which is trying to create this pressure up at those side lanes. Hopefully, if your team is able to come up and get a good good fight in their hands, or maybe create some type of pressure, you can come in with that spear of destruction, but no need for it just yet. Another Lord looming up at the top lane for Infinity.
ZZ, okay. He was in the front line here, just getting some info. Now here comes Fanboy. Oh, no, just a bait here. But now here comes.
Ooh, Cheikai takes 50% damage just from one hit coming out there. Now, pressure mounting at the mid and bottom lane. Top lane being taken by the Lord, as the rest of DreamMax is going to need to answer. You start seeing the minions coming in here. As this Lord's going to touch in at the top, we're going to see the pressure mount at mid and bottom. Oh, we have, Tyrant's Revenge just goes wide. And the top, and the Lord makes short work of the top lane and the mid. Rusi able to take down Blink. That's going to be 4 members left for DreamMax. As we continue on the pressure, another one down for the side of DreamMax, and look at Chimera laying on the damage, but immediately Fanboy closes the distance on him, and that is another DreamMax member down. Infinity looking to close this game up, but they have no minions. Mid lane's about to come in here. It's up to Jump Style and Cheikai alone to try to fend off this. You see the auto attacks going on to it, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 going to Infinity.
Infinity Esports here goes for the first victory. And my question is, guys, is Fanboy roaming or AD carry?
Fanboy is killing it on that roam. He is doing an amazing job with all the roams that he has chosen. I love watching him there on the stage. They did an amazing job here. They were showing their power and how strong Baxia could be, right? I am wrong about the CC. CC did come in clutch, and she was helping them a lot, so...
Well, she was one of those other ones that added on to the Kagura pickup that helped out with the Kufra. Kufra goes in, gets the initiation, and you have 2 targets, the CC and the Kagura, who have access to the back line, who can chase with Kufra, so Kufra's not there by himself. So they're able to bring on that damage. And this brings up an interesting concept for me, because I talked a little bit about it yesterday. The meta. You have a reason to respect the meta, to understand the meta, and I feel like sometimes teams, they go outside the box just for the thrill of saying, we're not using the meta, we're going outside the box. And I feel like sometimes that doesn't pay enough respect as to why certain heroes are strong, why certain heroes do well here. I don't think that's an issue for Infinity when they kind of go outside the box. Their entire composition is fit so that the Kufra would be able to shine, so that when he goes in to get those Tyrant's Revenge, to get those Tyrant's Rages, the rest of the team was right there to be able to back him up. This absolutely flipped the Cheikai pick, that Valentina pick, over on its side. It absolutely flipped the Glue pick over on its side. And those are 2 huge contenders to disable right from the beginning of this match.
Yeah, and then it comes the old and classic say, like, we don't follow the meta, we make the meta. From all the, we don't follow it from all the regions, for example. But now we see Infinity dominating for the very first minute here, as we saw. We're seeing now with Rusi with 62% of team participation. Fanboy 318. 85% here. I'm not a psychic. I can't read the future. I have a feeling who's going to be the MVP of the first game here. But jokes aside, we're seeing the highlights here that we saw Infinity every time. There was a situation here that I talked to Private during the game, that twice or 3 times we're seeing Blink using the flick not to initiate, not to be the in-gate situation, but only to survive, only to escape. And when we see something like that, we can feel and we can talk that something is wrong. You know, something is not like nothing into according to the plan. So DreamMax here falls some struggling versus Infinity, especially because of that situation. Because we're seeing, okay, Glue is a very strong pick, maybe from the XP lane of the roaming, not so many, because this crowd control is not. It's not that one, you know, it's not the hard engage, it's not the crowd control, you know. It has some situations that can work with a Glue. You know, we're all seeing here Fanboy with the Tyrant's Fury plus the Tyrant's Wrath, you know, so always guarantee this advantage to Infinity. in the first game. So when it comes to the burst damage following up from Lionel, for example, and ZZ playing so comfortable with the Boxer that we all know that is very strong in the meta here. So Infinity taking advantage of that situation too. So they had the tools, they didn't have the ingredients, to make this recipe for the first victory here to Infinity Esports.
It's kind of funny to me because as we were looking at this, Rusi from the XP lane, Lionel from the mid, and Fanboy just had the highest team engagements while everybody else was still farming there as well.
Yes, and they found the opening, they capitalized instantly and never let go. Your MVP is Fanboy. We
nailed it.
We totally didn't know this, but 318 KDA, 20.5k total damage, and 583 gold per minute. Fanboy was a terror out there for the side of DreamHack.
Yeah, I was thinking here, I was about to talk to the production if the MVP goes to another player, to be honest. No, I'm just kidding about that. But Fanboy deserved it so much, because not only for like the KDA, but also for all the opportunities and all the breaches that he found in that in this game with Kufra. And even more than that, because he answered our questions from the beginning that we were talking about, like, oh, okay, how is Kufra is going to work in that composition, in that idea of execution. So he showed us how to work with that Kufra. So it's another satisfying thing here that he brought another hero that's not in the meta, and it worked so well here for Infinity's composition. Because guys, we can talk about, okay, at this point of the tournament, at this point of the MCT AMER South, maybe bringing some something different could not be the best idea just to guarantee the victory. But Infinity here is showing a very strong personality, bringing these heroes, and even more than that, better than that, they are winning. So it shows up very satisfying situation.
It's just funny to me to as I look back over the draft of how it happened, where we had DreamHack ban out the chip, and then you just have Fanboy just moo ha ha ha, you fools, you banned my chip, that was the only thing saving you from my Kufra pick, and he goes in there and the entire team just dominates with it. Like I said, this is not as much as credits as I want to give to Fanboy. He had a great pick. He's able to use a wide variety of different roams, but it's also whoever's drafting for them is doing a superb job making sure that his picks actually shine, and the rest of the team is kind of coming around and getting picks that mash up well with it. This has been my #1 complaint right now when it comes to those Marcel drafts, and seeing Marcel kind of picked out there because they think that Marcel can just provide he can fit into any type of composition, any type of picks that you have out there. And I feel like there is a very specific draft, a very specific thing you're looking for if you want to make picks like that successful. Right now, Infinity seems to have figured that out with a lot of these roam picks.
Yes, I like the fact that Fanboy does have a wide variety. His hero pool, we keep seeing new ones. I wonder what else he's going to pull out of his belt, right? And you were saying about Marcel. Marcel, he can be... right now, no one really knows how to play him correctly, or with the team, or how to utilize him. I feel like he would... like I was saying before when we were talking, if he was to target their backline, that would probably be the only use if they don't have the correct lineup, like the Guinevere or the Terizla with him. Well, we know that combo works. We've seen it happen, right? So,
yeah. There is an interesting fact here that I was trying to look out for it. The people in the chat were saying that Suyo he made a Sky Pierce. I'm trying to figure out if it was the first item here for a Jump Style, and for me, it's like I'm trying to find the answer, because at DreamHack they were behind in the early game, for doing the Sky Pierce as the first item that he needs this snowball, he needs the kill to stack this item. I don't think that it was the best of the ideas.
All right, and speaking of items, you can get items with these diamond drops. Sometimes we kind of have Those little emotes and stuff you want to spend the diamonds on, we got diamond drops for you right now. The longer you are in the chat, the more you engage in the chat, you get a chance at earning these diamonds. So be sure to engage with us.
Guys, production, I need to change my name, please. Give me that.
He's gonna need a couple of name cards thrown out there. Just thank you. Just gonna throw that out there for you guys. But yeah, I definitely have to agree with Rico when it comes to some of these picks and some of the item swapping. I know I have been a big proponent of not liking Skypiercer as like a first item, because sometimes I feel like the winds can change and your team's gonna start rolling back really hard and getting pushed back, and the Skypiercer, you're not gonna have any stacks on it. That was until yesterday. For people like Chakite, the way she plays the Kimmy, because like I said, she's always kind of on doing her own thing in the format that if her team is losing, she's still being very successful. She's still getting a lot of those kiting. She's still able to not die as much, where that Skypiercer gets its value from her still as a first item on that Kimmy. But yeah, when it comes to like a Suyo, when you're behind, when you're taking a lot of deaths, a lot of people, they just don't juggle around those builds to where Skypiercer, it's got no stacks, you're not helping out the team, and you're actually kind of, I feel like there could have been some better items that you could have gone with. Here, I don't know that Skypiercer, or that, I mean, I'm trying to think of a scenario where, okay, we don't get Skypiercer. Is there another item there that helps Suyo turn this around? I don't think so. I think that this was a very well thought out game for Infinity, and I don't really think that there was much that they could have done to kind of turn this around. But it's definitely something to bring up. Those little min-max options, those little mistakes that you make, especially at this level, they begin to add up, and teams are going to be able to take advantage of that. Here, DreamMax, they still, I mean, this is a big shout out to the how well Fanboy has been. They're just going to continue. It's like, okay, we don't care. Chip is not going to make it out here. You're not going to do to us what you have done to the rest of these teams in this tournament thus far.
Right. Yeah, they're basically saying that, you know, that last match was lucky. We know you can tip this time around, and we're not gonna give it to you. They find him as a threat, and that's a good thing, right? He's doing what he needs to do as a roam to be able to get his picks banned out. They're going ahead and banning out the carry and the Marcel here as well.
In my head, it only comes to something like that. Who's the target? Ooh, Fanboy. Okay, so the target is Fanboy, so you have to track in it to especially banning Chip here to neutralize his performance. But even though, regardless of focusing on a Fanboy, banning Chip, he's about to bring something different, something out of the box here, and more than that, be able to guarantee the victory for Infinity. But now here the situation is Marcel being banned and Zushin for Infinity, and the first pick here for DreamX is Baxia, a strong one. 100% heading on the jungle here for DreamX.
Yeah, so they got Suyo. Harley has been one that I almost want to say he's kind of snuck up on us, but I think anybody who's been paying attention to the patch notes that came out, was it this week or was it last week? I think it was earlier last week, that Harley got some changes that a lot of people were looking to take advantage of. There was even talks about Harley making a return to the jungle because of how strong that they were going to, how strong it was going to be. I don't think he's gone quite that far, but definitely has made his presence known in the gold lane as just such a dominating force there. Couple that with the changes a while ago that happened to the magic items, where a lot of stuff is a lot cheaper. You've got a Harith that can get his items a lot faster, get that power spike he needs, and is basically dashing through your forces with a Zaman force right from the opening get-go. So very strong pick when it comes to that gold lane, and very strong picks overall too to take on Abaxia, which I want to say Infinity went ahead and left open.
Yes, and it looks like they're target banning all the mages out here. They're like, no mage is safe for sure. But also I see on the side of Infinity, basically telling DreamHack, we'll show you how to use Suyu and Glue together. They went ahead and picked that out as right now. So at the moment, I really do not know what mages can be. Oh, they go ahead and pick out the
I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you, fanboy is something. Fanboy is something. But now,
this is smart.
yeah, with Atlas here, I mean, I was once again, I was thinking about Kalia being open once again here for probably for Infinity's pickup here, but now they come with Atlas. You know, like a very high mobility here with ultimate that can like pick everyone in DreamHack's composition. Okay, maybe the target here could not be the best because we are about like they are dealing with 3 tankies, a hero so far, Baxia, the Hylos, and Odious here. So they have to think about that. But now we're seeing Claude and Lunox for a DreamHack. If you want a late game, it comes to DreamHack's composition.
Very interesting. I do like the Lunox pickup here too. It does do very well against the glue. The only problem is we don't really have an initiating factor to be able to allow Lunox to kind of get there. So she's going to need to kind of put herself into harm's way to really be able to get that onto the glue. I do agree. I feel like Kalea has been, she's always, even though she came after Atlas, Atlas has been like the poor man's Kalea, because Kalea is able to kind of get in there a lot easier, grab somebody, and bring them back to their team. So it's going to be a very interesting setup here for Atlas, who I want to say his early game is not as strong as a lot of tanks, despite how he looks. He can actually be very, very squishy in the early game. So this will take just a little bit of time to start coming online.
Yeah, so it all comes to the early game here, Private, because on one side you have DreamHack is focusing on this hard transition from mid to late game here, especially with Claude and Lunox, for example. On the other hand, we got Infinity here working with ZTR and Harriet for this late game also, but we also have Suyo here that he has to take the time and he has to take the opportunities to burst someone in the early game here to guarantee some advantage for Infinity. So let's go what is going to happen here, because once again, everybody, welcome to the Land of Dawn, to the second game here, DreamHack versus Infinity. Let's go, Private.
Yeah, Infinity already have one victory under their belts here, and DreamHack looking to even the odds, especially since this is a best of 5. So they still have some wiggle room. It's not going to be game point for either one of these guys just yet.
Yeah, so here, Blink, what are you doing there? Okay, he's in the front line. He's had been taking some damage, but now he's able to head back. Okay, so both teams now are concerning only to reach level 4 as faster as they can. But now we're seeing Suyo here stealing the lizard from DreamHack's jungle. Oh, in the mid lane!
Yeah, Chekai taking a real lot of damage. We do have the healing coming in from Blink. Is that going to be enough? Chekai does kind of survive, does have that healing on her kit as well, but coming in from the flank, Blink takes a heavy amount of damage in the form of a Soul Sever from ZZ, and that's going to be a first 2 kills for the side of Infinity.
Private, this could not happen for DreamHack. A double kill for Suyo. We're talking about that. We were just talking about like one of the points to Infinity here get an advantage in the early game is guaranteed items, guaranteed resources for Suyo. He take this advantage to burst damage in the early game, and that happened. Double kill for ZZ. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and that's just kind of the value, because ZZ on a Suyo, or Suyo in general, he doesn't have an ult. Ooh, Fanboy. You see Fanboy in a little bit of trouble here, gets caught. It's trying to get away on that. Atlas is going to be able to create that distance, and that has to be disheartening as ZZ comes in, finds Chekai. Blink looking for an escape. Oh, almost got pulled back. That's going to actually put Rusi underneath the tower with a stun, but 3 kills for the side of Infinity. And like I was saying, ZZ on the Suyo himself, oh my God, Chimera, I'm a little curious what he was thinking there, dashing into Zablach, who still had the Zaman Force laid down. But you don't have an ultimate for Suyo, so he only has 3 abilities that he needs. Before he gets level 4, he's basically got his entire kit that he can use against you. He might not have the items, but you're still talking about something that can dish out a decent amount of damage to your team, which DreamHack is finding out the hard way.
Yeah, you're totally right here. So now taking the opportunity to say hello from the people in the chat, for the people in the chat here. So thank you so much for your support here. Bill's Destructor, in the gold lane here, Zablach versus Chimera.
Yeah, Zablach actually lays down that Zaman Force, but here at the fight, King does find a kill on the ZZ. Fanboy gets taken down by Jump Style. Chaekite finds the last kill there, and now Infinity on the wrong side of this. We do have a Rage of the Phoenix coming out. Rusi looking for an escape, but gets popped back by Chaekite. That is actually 2 kills for Chaekite out of nowhere, as we see a Hunter Strike getting picked up for ZZ on this Suyo.
If we talked about like Suyo situation here with the 2 kills, now with 3, we can talk about Chaekite situation here with the Lunox with a very strong late game here, like with 2 damage also. So things are going to be even now for DreamHack. It was not the end of the world that like the first minute for DreamHack. They got the first turtle also here. So this game it's getting very even for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start seeing, we have Jump Style coming in from the side. They're going to go lock onto Lionel. Big Fatal Links coming out as well, as they're going to be able to take down Jump Style and answer immediately back. Brilliance coming out from the side of Chaekite. That's going to bring us to a 4-5 game. Still the lead for Infinity, but it does look like DreamHack able to answer back.
Yeah, but now here, Fanboy, I don't think that Fanboy is gonna have a good life. Is gonna have an easy situation here because he has the ultimate here that can. ZZ.
Yeah, he got caught there. He's going to have to use that dash to get away. Rage of the Phoenix comes out there to latch onto 3 members. Now trying to chase out their zoning. They do have a good idea of where everybody is onto the back line as they start on this turtle. Brought down to about 50%. We do have the glorious pathway laid down for the side of DreamHack. Trying to chase down Infinity onto the backside. Rusi comes in with that split. ZZ able to find the turtle. Down goes the blotch as Rusi is able to answer back to Blink. 1-1 apiece, but Infinity in the form of ZZ able to get the retribution on the turtle.
1 for 1 here in the last team fight here. The turtle goes for Infinity. Oh my goodness, 5 minutes in the game here. The gold lead here comes for Infinity, but not so far. Only 500 in a gold lead. But Fanboy, what are you doing there, my friend?
Yeah, he does have Rusi there to kind of help secure that little bit of an escape. ZZ's able to get himself a tower up at top 2. A little bit of a, you see here King Rusi on top of him. And a little bit of a brilliance coming out from Chaekite to go wander through that forest as well. Macro beginning to build up for the side of Infinity. You see top lane has been taken down. Mid lane already down past 50% as well.
Yeah, so once again here about, we're seeing the items here now. Starling slide for a Harriet. We're seeing the Demon Hunter here for the Claw. The second one here probably is going to be the Golden Staff to finish the Trinity. And now we're seeing a Sky Pierce in Chaekite's hand. That is very good for her in this time, because she has 4 kills. She needs to stack the Sky Pierce. So, Fanboy.
Yeah, he's actually getting a lot of damage put onto him. And like I said, Chaekite is just one of those mid laners that I appreciate the Sky Piercer on. I know when you're in ranked games and you see those early Sky Piercers coming out of mages, you're like, oh, brother, here we go. But Chaekite kind of operates on her own little system here. You can see already 4 and 2. I would not mind this type of mage having a Sky Piercer on them. Speaking of which, we have Zablach on the bottom lane. He's going to go ahead and use that Zaman Force to lay on the damage onto this bottom tower. No more places for DreamHack to run. We have a glorious pathway out there. A huge Fatal Links comes out, and the big big stun coming out in the form of the Rage of the Phoenix. ZZ looking for an escape, gets bounced down by King with that demonic force. So they're able to turn it around. But Infinity, I want to say, still walk away with a tower at bottom. This is going to open up the turtle for DreamHack, however. But Rusi's going to go ahead and continue on here, putting on the pressure onto Chimera, who's going to have to flicker away. And that will be, I believe, another turtle for the side of DreamHack.
Yeah, it was hard here for Infinity since that they didn't have the retribution of ZZ. But now here, 7 kills for Infinity after 7 minutes in the second game. Oh boy, did you see the Kite's damage over ZZ? With the, I believe that there was the ability turning off from dark to light from Lunox, and it is very, very hard. Now DreamHack is guaranteed the first tower on the bottom lane here, maybe doing a cross map, but they already lost the tower on the bottom lane here. So things are getting interesting for both teams, but I believe that for the late game, I believe that DreamHack has a better situation, especially with Kite, especially with King here, using the full views, or even Chimera with the Claude.
Yeah, I mean, Kite immediately, especially because you have that Sky Piercer. Even the Brilliance will be ticking off a lot of damage. Every single tick will be using the stacks from Sky Piercer to put that damage onto whoever's getting affected by it. Not just that, but when you use the Darkening, when you're able to spam those percentage health abilities onto enemies there, it's just going to be a huge amount of damage that Infinity needs to watch out for, because you don't really have an answer for it. Fanboy can try to come in there, he could try to get those Fatal Links, but they can immediately Brilliance out of it on that mid laner. So it will be very interesting. The later we get, I do feel like this favors DreamHack a little bit more. Infinity, still, they have not lost the clutches of this match just yet, as we see, ooh, nice Summon Force, and a big chase on from the backside. Chimera gets caught, Fatal Links, ZZ with the kill, Blink walks in with a glorious pathway, and from the side, Jump Style trying to come in to save his tower, and is not going to be able to. ZZ's going to find himself and escape. In comes the cavalry. Kite from the side. Is it going to be enough as they're trying to take down King? And on the backside, looks like King is going to be able to get away. They turn immediately onto Rusi, looking for an escape. Infinity don't look like they're going to be able to save him. They're trying to put on that suppressive firepower onto DreamHack, who have now turned around. In comes Fanboy Lionel, able to find the kill onto Blink, and even Infinity taking out the purple buff on their way out.
Oh my goodness, what a chaotic situation on the top side here from both teams. I think that the tempo for DreamHack were not in favor, because Kite were heading back in the base, and she didn't join the team fight time enough to respond the initiation for Infinity. But now the Lord here is in a half HP. Here we go.
Yeah, Jump Style on the side does activate that Tortoise Puissance. In comes the rest of Infinity to dive onto the back line, but here comes the cavalry from the side of DreamHack. Brilliance is out as the Fatal Links come out. Jump Style is able to find the kill onto Fanboy. Now trying to turn this around is Infinity. Kite finds another kill. No more retribution for Infinity as down goes ZZ. On the backside, Rusi getting leaped on with that demonic force in the form of King, and DreamHack able to clutch themselves a Lord.
Here it comes for DreamHack here, the Lord, after losing 2 players. Infinity is forced to head back. No retribution, no initiation from Fanboy here with Atlas. And this is another situation here, because I believe that this Fanboy is not going to be easy anymore, because, okay, he has the ultimate, but Lunox has the ultimate to escape. Claude has the Daxter hologram to escape as well, you know, so I believe that it's not going to be very easy for Infinity to find these opportunities, to find these breaches, to take these specific or punctual pickoffs here. So DreamHack has to take this opportunity.
Yeah, and it's very interesting here too. I mean, Fanboy is doing the best he can, but this is, like I said, I feel like Atlas can sometimes, for the way his kit is shaped, that he has to get right in between the enemy, has to drag them all the way back to your line as well. I feel like Atlas is pretty squishy for what his kit delegates is a good game for him, and you're going to start finding that out more and more as Kite starts getting more of these items. Is going to be able to just ult and burst down down Fanboy every single time he tries to go in and get those fatal links. You see him here looking for an opportunity. Glorious Pathway on the backside, followed up by the stun coming out with the rage of the Phoenix from Lionel. ZZ gets taken out by Chimera on the backside. Blink in a little bit of trouble getting chased away by Infinity, but they came in, they saw, and they were able to take down the jungler, so they don't need to prove anything else here. As you see, Chimera is going to go ahead and make short work of this mid tower.
I was about to say that good thing here for Infinity that they still have the... Oh!
Oh, yeah, coming in with the flank and immediate stuns. They're already 2 down for the side of Infinity, zoning out the rest, and that's going to be a clean pickup of the tier 2 tower at mid. And that started with Jumpstyle, able to get a flank onto the team immediately into their back line.
That was an astonishing initiation here coming from DreamHack once again, taking down the tower number 2 in the mid lane. But now here the goalie heads for the DreamHack, almost 4K. Yeah, I don't think that... Okay, Infinity has some tools to reverse that situation, but I don't believe that because DreamHack still have the Favios situation, Lunok situation here with the Che Kite with the so solid performance. We're seeing here the items so far: Infinity Glaive, a glowing wand, and Sky Pierce in the Che Kite's hand here. Golden Meteor now for Claude. Regardless, we have Harriet here with the Magic Crystal once again, probably heading for the Infinity Glaive now. But I think that for Infinity, not only for the heroes, not only for the items, but the situations and opportunities here to find a pick off or getting a hard engage over Fanboy.
Yeah, and the big issue for me is Zablotch. He only has the Holy Crystal, hasn't been able to build any penetration yet. And when you looked at the items for the side of DreamHack, you saw nothing but radiant armors. Even Chimera already had the rose gold meteor there, so he's already got himself some magic defense as well. Glorious Pathway comes out, splits Infinity in 2, and ZZ in a little bit of trouble there. Oh, he's still trying to stick into this fight, has an Evil Queller out there as well. The rest of Infinity trying to turn this around onto DreamHack. J-Guy able to find a kill onto Fanboy. Blazing Duet into the back line, finds 2 more kills for DreamHack.
J-Kite here is the name. She is the hero for DreamHack, getting a triple kill. They ignored the Lord. They knew now that they have the minion waves heading on the top side, and they have the chance to finish the game.
Oh, ZZ might be in a little bit of trouble here. It's just him to try to protect this tower. He's going to try to take out this minion. If he can, he does. So they don't have any more minions. ZZ able to find himself a kill. And now trying to get chased out of the base as well. So a decent defense for ZZ, focused on exactly... Oh, there comes the Fury of the Phoenix to stop them when they were trying to teleport back. But a great little... defense there for ZZ, focuses on the minion to make sure that once the minion is gone, they're not going to be able to close out this game.
Could be possible here to Infinity guaranteeing this Lord while DreamHack has 1 player last. Let's go!
Yeah, Jumpstyle on the backside. They're trying to zone him out. He comes back in. He's going to be able to get the Retribution, and ZZ goes down again. Shake out on the backside, able to facilitate that kill for her team. Sitting at 9, 2, and 5. Somebody stop her.
Somebody stop J-Kite here. She is on fire for DreamHack. But now the Lord heading on the top side with the super minions. 1 more advantage to DreamHack. DreamHack has the tools here to finish the second game. Here we go.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and try to keep on here. They do see Jumpstyle. Ooh, gets fatal linked underneath the tower. Out comes the Rage of the Phoenix. Big stuns coming out as the demonic force slamming down onto Fanboy King. Immortality has been procced as J-Kite finds another kill in the form of Rusi. Fanboy taking a lot of damage. He's going to be able to go back to the base to refill his health. Lionel, Zablotch, and ZZ doing the best they can to finish off these minions at their base, but have found themselves on the back foot. just a close-up of a dead Patrick laying on the battlefield.
Come on, guys. I can't take it. I can't stand this. Patrick is lying on the floor on that wave. Come on, guys. But here, once again, Infinity was able to defend the base. That's okay. But look at Chikai. Look where she is. She's trying to find someone lost. Okay, Infinity is aware about that situation, maybe, you know. But I hear, like, for me here, it's very difficult for Infinity to find a way to reverse that situation so far.
Yeah, I mean, dude, right now, Chikai is carrying, like I said, with that Sky Piercer. Even when she goes into that Brilliance, she is taking away huge amounts of damage that the enemy cannot do anything about.
Yeah. You're seeing out here, Infinity once again trying to farm somehow, because we are getting the point of the game that it's not about the items anymore, because everyone here is getting almost a full build. It's gonna be the macro situation. It's gonna be the team's mentality here for both sides. So it comes to a point of the game that the micro is gonna work. The micro is gonna be the best point for both teams.
Well, and I feel like here's the game plan, and here's where it kind of upset Infinity. You've got 4 magic damage dealers on the team, and the only source of your physical damage is ZZ. In each one of these fights, it feels like ZZ take down, or Dream Max, they take down the biggest threat. They got Radiant Armor for all the rest of the magic damage, so the biggest threat is ZZ, and he's basically their first target every single time they go in for these objectives. So then you take down the only source of damage that is actually a threat to your team, because you've got the Radiant Armors, you've got the Chastised Pauldrons as well. But here, Dream Max starting on an 18-minute Lord. Oh, Zablach takes a huge amount of damage, but they are able to return the favor in kind. Chikai goes down early. A big dash on the side as Blink on the back lines of Infinity. ZZ takes a pop-up, and a Demonic Force is able to find himself a dash out of the way. Fanboy in a little bit of trouble here is going to be able to use his dash to get himself out of harm's way. Ooh, Blink almost got caught up inside of that bush. Infinity can smell blood in the waters, beginning to chase down the rest of a Dream Max. You see Blink looking for a teleport home, but nobody in a position yet to be able to take down this Lord.
Yeah, Infinity here found a Chikai here, lost in the jungle. There was a very good pick off here, but not enough to get this Lord easier. But now both teams are dancing around this objective. Almost 20 minutes in the second game. Let's go once again, Private, but Blink!
Oh yeah, Blink is gonna get caught there. Immortality has been proc. Summon Force laid onto the ground, and ZZ with the killing blow onto Blink on the backside. King looking for that Demonic Force. Is he gonna be able to find it? Immortality on the backside. That's almost 2 down for the side of Dream Max. Infinity have to go back to base. They're looking at a split push right now as Chimera, looking to finish in the base, gets caught by Infinity.
Oh my goodness! But now here, Dream Max has 3 players down, and we are gonna see what Infinity is about to do. Maybe the Lord? Maybe they're heading for the Lord? No, they're heading for the mid lane here to take down the tower number 2 and maybe the tower number 3, because they have this advantage on the numbers. But now we're seeing Zablocks and Fanboy, but okay, jump style!
Oh yeah, they're gonna come into that jump styles in a little bit of trouble here, trying to create some time for his team. Immortality has been procced. Now in comes Blink with a glorious pathway, trying to slow down the team. From the backside, Chikai comes in, putting the damage onto Fanboy. Down goes 1. Now coming in has the Brilliance as well, sitting next to Blink. She does get out of the way of Lionel on Zablach, but unfortunate for Infinity, they do have to answer the base, and the minions beginning to crowd around their core.
What is going on in this second game here, Private? When it all comes to, when it all appeared, when it all seemed that it's gonna be the end for Infinity, Then all of a sudden they find some opportunities, they find some pickups here, but now DreamHack, I believe that they are in the better position to get the Lord maybe, but now with not Jumpstart here heading back in the game. Now one, okay, he's back again. Retribution from both sides. 10 more seconds to Fanboy get back in the game, sorry. But now the Lord here is the main target.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of a skirmish down at the bottom lane as Zablotch is waiting for Chimera to try to push into his lane. Now Zablotch is going to have to show himself up at here, which is going to tell Chimera to get into this fight to try to join him. Actually, no, he's still going to stick into this split push territory for his team, which means that Infinity are kind of on a little bit of a time limit. They see the pressure coming in on this side lane. Chimera's going to stick there to try to take down all of these minions on the backside. Chaekite is able to chase down Lionel. That's a huge amount of damage. That's a huge amount of CC. That signals to DreamHack to continue on this push. ZZ with an Evil Queller on the backside. Going to create some distance between him and DreamHack. But now with the minions on their core, they do lose sight of this Lord King right there to try to be that front wall while the rest of his team down Lord at about 10%. They turn around. ZZ able to find a kill onto King, trying to create that distance, have the dash out there, jump style trying to chase them. Are they going to be able to turn it around? Infinity laying on the damage onto the side of DreamHack. Fanboy goes down. Chaekite with another kill, her 15th of the game. Another one onto Rusi. That's going to be 16, and it is just ZZ and Zablotch alone to protect their core, and DreamHack wisely turn their attention to the Lord.
Chaekite here with the 16 kills, but now with the Genius wand to nerf the magic resistance coming from the other side, they decide to play safe. They decide to head for the Lord. ZZ, ZZ, you are taking...
Chaekite goes in! Immortality, he does have the freeze out there as well. ZZ able to find a kill onto Chimera, but Chaekite replies in kind. Jump style on the backside, putting the damage onto Lionel. Oh, we do have a little bit of a Winter Crown out there as well, but they're turning around. Chaekite and Jump style, they want to close this one out. They have the minions. Lionel unable to reply. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a tie series.
This is the best of 5 of the day of the year here. Infinity versus DreamHack. Now it's even 1-on-1. Xena, what a match.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
It was so emotional that Xena froze, you know.
Yeah, she just has no more emotion to spill out right now. But man, a huge game for them right there as well. Very intense there, but man, Enable. I kind of saw it when I saw that first pick coming out from Chaekite with that Lunox pickup, the damage that you're going to be able to do. And then especially with that, she loves to pick up that early game Sky Piercer as well, was just absolutely dishing out huge amounts of damage.
What a match. Chaekite was doing an amazing job at bringing that back for her team. ZZ was starting off strong, but Chaekite over here taking it all onto her hands and dominating that. That was amazing.
Any thoughts that who's going to be the MVP on the second match?
I have no clue. I'm just kidding. With 18 kills, 3 deaths only, and 5 assists. I think I kind of have an 96% team fight participation. She was a beast that round.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild here for DreamHack's performance in the second game. We can talk about, like, especially Atlas here from a Fanboy in the fourth pick from Infinity, because after that we saw DreamHack responding with, especially with Lunox and Claude, you know, 2 heroes with the mobility, with some ways to escape the ultimate coming from a Fanboy here. Okay, maybe we're not the only reason that why DreamX won. We got Shay-Kite on fire with 18 kills here with this Lunox, for example. But by the time that we were talking about like jump style getting the Sky Pierce in the first game that didn't work out, here with Shay-Kite, it worked out. It worked it out a lot here with Lunox getting not only the kills but especially the advantage for DreamX. And Shay-Kite was so confident. She was like so powerful that she was aggressive. She was playing forward all the time. And I believe in the last team fight, she found Lionel in the top side here, so Lionel was kind of lost, and it was a very good opportunity for DreamX heading for another Lord, guarantee another objective here to take more advantage in this game. So everything went well for DreamX in the second game.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the biggest reasons that people maybe don't understand about the Atlas pickup not being as popular these days is because technically when you're like getting those fatal links, you're grabbing the entire enemy team and you're dragging it back to your team. So you essentially, if you're not going to be able to kill them in those opening seconds of that fatal link, you are dealing with an entire enemy team death ball that is heading for your team. Whereas Kalea pickup, she can isolate one target that she wants, bring them back, your team bursts them down, whether they can do AoE or single target damage to them, and you don't have to deal with the entire team on your back lines. Not just that, but here, Shay-Kite really took the reins of this game, headed the head of the spear, so to speak, for DreamX in a lot of these engagements. Her positioning, which I don't think I've stopped talking about as a mage, your positioning is just so important, and Shay-Kite has always been so well, whether she's playing this Lunox, whether she's playing a Kimmy, she does very good. She's very good at creating distance and being able to close that distance when she is needed. Here, she found all the right targets that she was needed, and once you're at a point where Lunox is OP, there's not a tankiness does nothing for you when you're competing with percentage health damage that a Lunox is able to do.
Yeah, so it comes to a very hard situation for Infinity. We're seeing the very ending a game here that was like all for DreamX's performance, especially with the Shay-Kite getting triple kills and double kills here. It was a very long game, but once again, the idea for Infinity that might be on the paper that could work well, but in the real life here that we saw, there was Shay-Kite dominating from the first minute here for DreamX. So there was no chance actually, especially with this composition, getting an outscale.
Alright, yes, and from Mac plays to micro mechanics, this performance had it all. Our MVP Shay-Kite with the Lunox with 18 kills, 3 deaths, and 5, basically the KD, 5 assists, 111.1k total damage, and 717 golds per minute. She was wrecking them on the field.
And I'm seeing right here 2 Voices of Wind.
Yeah, when I was actually very curious about that as well when we were looking up those items for each of the players there to see that she went ahead and snatched herself up the Wind Talker. 2 of them? I'm trying to look up the stats. I mean, you get 35% attack speed, 20 movement speed, but you're not going to get the passive stacked up twice. So, I mean, I guess the attack speed and the movement speed were more than enough for her, especially when you go into that darkening alt mode where you're able to spam your ability, the percentage health there. So a huge move for her there.
Yes, she was wonderful, and Lunox is one of those picks that are not like the top choices, right? And for her to be able to come out and show and dish that damage, now a lot of people are probably most likely going to start choosing Lunox because of the fact that when she does build up, she can really shred down the enemies really quickly.
Yeah, and especially with 2 Wind Talkers in Lunox build here situation, that could be very interesting, and that was very interesting for DreamX this year to turn things even so far with 1-1 here in this best of 5. And another interesting thing that we can talk about, it was like Before the match begins, we were talking about like a fanboy bringing some heroes out of the box, and I was talking about like, okay, he was able to bring some heroes and not in the meta, but he was not jumping so far from the fans, you know, it's like not bringing so off meta heroes apart, for example. But now bringing Atlas, we know that the Atlas has some conditions, has some situations that could be not in favor for him, especially after the ultimate here, but maybe is not being able to get in the back line, for example, and trying to find the flank, especially with the second ability that everyone knows the ability, because it becomes it takes a time for the animation and execution, like the body split, you know. So maybe for now, maybe a fanboy can think about, okay, the second game, maybe the surprise was too much even for us, so now maybe they can think of something next to the meta, like closer to the meta, okay, or he being the last pick here, the last choice for pick to surprise DreamHack's composition, because if he picks early DreamHack, I think that DreamHack is able to hand that situation
and pull them back. So there's that, and then there was the read that I want to say that Infinity kind of half predicted. You saw a lot of those bans coming out, the Faramis, the Vexana. That was because they were worried about the glue, about the Atlas being able to come in there to be able to burst them down with a lot of AoE damage. But when you let the Lennox through, and then you're dealing with the brilliance, when you're dealing with the darkening abilities there, plus the blazing duet coming out from the side of the Claude there, that's just a lot of AoE damage, and you kind of lose the advantage you have with a glue pick like that.
Yes, glue was not the right choice there, but you know what's a good choice? Sticking around in the chat right now, because we have our diamond drops, guys. Make sure you stick around, engage, chat with us, because we have diamonds that we want to give you. So make sure the more you are on the chats, the more chances you have at getting these diamonds.
Yeah, not only the chance to watch this beautiful best of 5 here, but you got the chance to get diamonds for your MLBB account. So stay tuned, keep tracking us here for getting all this info and have the chance to get more diamonds. It is all for you guys, you the main star of the show.
Yeah, especially there's only one series here today, but we're gonna go ahead and try to make it worth it for you, especially here with this back and forth from both of these teams here. Neither one of these guys, I know it's the game before playoffs start, but both of these teams here fighting like it's for their survival or they'll get kicked out of the playoffs. So just a great effort being put in by both DreamHack and Infinity here.
Yes, they are making sure you guys are getting a show today. Hopefully this does take it and we can see the whole full best of 5. I do like to see this, you know. We come here to kind of see these matches and their what these teams have, and they are showing it to us today.
Yeah, so we're seeing here this best of 5 here, DreamHack versus Infinity. It is good for the higher seed you get, the more benefits you get here in this tournament. So we'll wait to see what is going to happen in the playoff stage, which is going to happen maybe I think there's going to be probably in the next weekend. So everything that we are seeing so far in the Swiss stage is going to be better in the playoffs.
Yeah, and as we said before, these teams are fighting for 4th and 5th place, and when it comes to the seeding for this for the Swiss stage, moving on to the playoffs, 4th place will get themselves a little bit of a bye until the 2nd round, while 5th place will have to compete in those opening rounds against other teams. One of them will have to right away start things off hot and heavy, while the other team will get themselves an opportunity to sit back, watch who their opponent's going to be, how they played, get some studying done on them, and, you know, maybe a little bit of the catnap, get themselves some snacks as well before they wait for their turn as well. And as we saw already, first and second place right now when it comes to the seeding. They have a bye all the way until the third round, so they really get an opportunity to wait. But I feel like some people might argue when you're getting that far in, maybe you start to lose momentum. Maybe you start to lose a little bit of that fire you had that other players who kind of play all these games through might have for them as well. So it's gonna be very interesting to see. But here tonight, both of these teams putting it all on the line.
Yes, they are all putting it on the line and causing so much chaos. So we're gonna take a quick break here so we can make sure that they're hot and ready for it. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Listen up, Warriors! The Frozen Sea Showdown is here. 8 Brancos, 2 sides. Ready your hooks. Well, the rules? Real simple. Hook 'em over, then bash 'em. Or hook 'em back and stash 'em. Remember, kills will make you stronger. More kills, bigger targets, so swing those hooks. More kills, better hook, so wipe off their looks. Crabs in the river? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Stun. Magnet. Reflect. Chests in the cave? Hook 'em. Reel 'em in for new skills. Team heal. Team super hook. Crazy ults. Total chaos. Triple hook. Recall hook. Trick hook. No equipment to buy. Auto upgrades for all. Take one down, get your hook back. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Remember these words. Hook, kill, reset, repeat. Hook till you can't hook no more. Hooks ready? Let's go!
And we are back with the intensity of these matches, guys. I am super excited to see what else they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, amazing matches coming up. So amazing, so profound, so much energy. It sent a shockwave through the stream. But ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to jump right into the banning phase of this game 3.
Yeah, so we're starting here with the banning for game 3, with a special one here getting Guinevere being banned by Infinity in the first place, but now we're having Freya once again and inherit for Infinity. Oh, it's a ban here. Besides Freya and Zushi now, Guinevere is a kind of a surprise so far.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're banning out Chip right away here with the DreamHack usually has that as one of their prio bans, but they went ahead and just banned Zushin. Oh, never mind. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. They heard me. They're like, oh, wait. The Chip.
With this bans kind of coming through here, I'm wondering if we're gonna probably see the Kimmy pick out come from Kite. I feel like she's picked it every single series that she's been involved in, and she's done an exceptional job. And I feel like with some of these bigger picks out of the way, I think it's a good opportunity for them to go ahead and flex that out, the kiting ability that they have there as well. Harley might be one of those that can kind of close the distance there. I'm definitely eager to see where we go from here, and especially on the side of Infinity, if we maybe, like Rico was recommending, maybe we settle down a little bit. You don't have to always go outside of the meta. Maybe we can go ahead and pull out one of the Khalid or the Hilda or something, some type of roam that has like that winning record for the current season.
Yeah, makes total sense here, especially for Infinity and especially for this best of 5. But okay, but as we were talking here, this best of 5 means from the seed, you know, it's important for getting the seed, the high seed, or the downward seed here, the lower seed. You know, like it's not the end of the world for both teams. So maybe for Infinity, like okay, we are non-stop. We're going to get these off-meta heroes here to bring the personality, and I think I'm just a little bit right because you're seeing once again Thanos in Infinity's hand plus with carry.
Yes, I approve of the choice of this carry. Right now they're picking a lot of tankier heroes on the side of DreamHack, Leo and Uranus here. They picked Farsa for her mobility, I'm sure.
I like the Farja coming out here too, especially because it's something that you can kind of set down when after the Thamus goes in to try to take out your Leomord and your Uranus. Farja can kind of be at the edge of that range without being in harm's way, especially because Thamus doesn't really have an ability to really get to that back lane. I'm a little, I feel like Thamus was a little bit of an early pickup here, a little curious, especially because right now the Harleys are only real answer to kind of punish Farja for that feathered airstrike ultimate where she has to stand still to rain down damage on you. So the potential for her to get caught here is pretty minimized with the composition that we have out here right now.
And then we got a clever ban here coming from DreamHack with this Eldora, because if you combine Eldora with Harley here with this follow-up, especially to burst the damage and the magical one, could be a trouble for DreamHack. But now once again, there is so much respect over Fanboy here coming from DreamHack, because now the last ban comes in the Minotaur, so 2 heroes only for Fanboy. He is a kind of popular on DreamHack's mentality here so far, but now Infinity comes with the banning from Khalid and Kalia, both K heroes. Khalid and Kalia not going so far in this third game, but now let's see what is DreamHack come about.
Yeah, I kind of want to see what Fanboy will be choosing here. I think, well, he's played Belric. He showed the Atlas, but yeah, that one didn't do very well. But right now, we've seen that Belric, he's chosen Belric to play, and he did a wonderful job, and even got MVP last time with it. So maybe that might be the choice here for him. There it is.
This is super interesting, only for the pure fact that I feel like we have the same problem that I was talking about earlier. We don't really have any backline access. Granger's going to be able to kind of dash his way back to safety while providing a decent amount of suppressive fire with an escape. Same thing for Farja. We don't really have anything that can close the distance unless Beleric can like catch them with his taunt. But that's a huge thing because you see this huge tree running for you. You're going to know, all right, something here is up. I'm gonna go ahead and try to get out of here, either with those wings by wings or the dash that Granger can do out there as well. The only real hope that we have, I feel like, is if we can get into that, once we get that actuation from Beleric, from Thamus going in onto those pits, that we can immediately blow them up. Leomord and Uranus, can we get them bursted down to where the feathered airstrike doesn't do as much damage to our people?
Yeah, so both teams here with the final composition, with especially with Carry, and now Hilda comes from DreamMax here to finish that composition. Once again, we're talking about this roaming here. One, it causes pressure in the jungle with the situation from domination, causing slower. Okay, but another one, we got crowd control. We got this engage situation coming out from Infinity here. Now, in other hand, we're seeing a Thanos here that has a high potential of damage versus Irenos. Okay, Irenos, he has a high sustainability here to get a 1v1 XP lane, but over Thanos, I think that is gonna struggle, gotta have some struggling here so far. ZZ is gonna to work here very in a completely synergy with Leonel, especially to burst that damage to get this early game in favor for Infinity, especially coming from Harley and Leonel. But ladies and gentlemen, guys, welcome once again to the Land of Dawn. This is the third game. Infinity Esports versus DreamX. It's the MCT AMER South. Let's go, my friend Private.
Yeah, both of these teams are sitting at 1 game apiece here. So we are basically guaranteed a game 4 right now, which will start testing the limits of a lot of some of these hero pools coming out from them. With the pick of the Hilda, we've got a little bit of harassment, especially in the early game that can really go on to ZZ and Lionel. I'm trying to remember, the last time we saw Rusi on this Thamus was yesterday. And I think I had some of the same complaints when they drafted it, is I feel like Thamus is very immobile, not able to really do a lot of protection when it comes into that turtle pit. He's one of those that once he has a fight, he's in that fight until his ultimate is gone. But I feel like what we saw from Rusi yesterday was he didn't just jump in the middle of the turtle pit. He went to zone out the enemy. And that is going to be super dependent on if Infinity can get to that turtle right away before DreamMax can. And then you use Thamus. Then you use Rusi to start zoning out the rest of the enemy.
Yeah, that formation for coming from Infinity, especially with Lilia, Thamus, Beleric, and the jungler Harley, they could be very strong, especially for guarantee these objectives. Heading for this on the river, heading for the pit here, guarantee turtles, even Lord, but the most important is even the turtles here in the early game comes from Infinity, because I don't see King doing too much with this Uranus in this roaming situation with this landing phase here to trying to help DreamMax's friends, DreamMax composition to get these objectives, or at least if they get some pick off, if they get some elimination before getting this turtle, so it's gonna be very easy for them. But so far, I believe that this at least the Trinity, Lilia, Harley, and Beleric, I think that is they have just a little advantage over DreamMax's.
Yeah, I kind of feel like they do have an advantage. And also, you said Hilda usually into a tanky hero is bad, but this one said Hilda into a Harley, which is a good choice.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how they go as we continue back into the opening minutes of Game 3. 1 kill for the side of DreamMax. They were actually able to get down Lionel, so that is something going in DreamMax's favor.
Yeah, now taking the opportunity here to say hello for the people in the chat. Hello from people from PH, MPL PH watching us, MPL Indonesia. Also, hello to Deadpool, Pinoy, GM Kilua on the chat. You're the main star of the show. It all for you guys. So thanks so much for your support. And now we are here. 2 minutes of the third game. The first turret heading on the downside of the river. Immediately is started by DreamX. Will we have a fight back? Oh!
Yeah, you can see down comes the feathered airstrike. Rusi actually very, very low. Has that cauterized inferno activated, cauterant inferno activated, but he gets taken down immediately. That's going to be 2 kills for the side of DreamX and a turtle in their pocket.
Yeah, the first turtle goes for DreamX here, plus 2 kills. 1 kill for Chai Kite and another one for King. Once again here, Private, it's a very good early game coming from DreamX, especially with the kills here over the carry ones.
Yeah, that's going to be very interesting here. I mean, right now, 2 kills on the board. We're not able to get any real pushing in just yet. No real threats coming out. Oh, as I say, that feathered airstrike onto Rusi is going to add that to a 3-0 game.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Trinity coming from Infinity, which have the power to guarantee some kind of objective or the aggression early game, but we're seeing DreamX doing that situation, doing this, getting the engage situations, playing forward, playing aggressive, guarantee the kills, the objective one, so playing the macro. So there's a very good early game here. So I think that Infinity has to think how they are handle that situation for the last minutes, for the over minutes after the game.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to need to see a little bit more forward offense. Ooh, ZZ's going to come in here, not able to get that deadly magic onto Chimera. And that's going to be a very interesting target for ZZ to try to go onto, especially with all the escaping abilities that you're going to have as a Granger, with the flicker, with his dashing ability out there as well. That I don't really know of a good target besides Kite that you're going to be able to get that deadly magic on for the early through the mid game as well. Only 8 seconds left for this next turtle.
And the next turtle now heading on the upper side here on the river, and now DreamX is trying to get this info, trying to dominate here the jungle, trying to dominate the river. At least Lionel and Fanboy are trying to do something, but Rusi is on the bush. He's trying to do something, but DreamX has the advantage.
Yeah, you want to say 5 members of DreamX sitting very pretty. Out comes the Phantom Steed, and that's going to make short work of this Lord. Now turning their attention onto the rest of Infinity, trying to chase them. Out comes the Wrath of the Dryad. You can see Chaikai comes in with the feathered airstrike. The rest of the team try to surround her, but a great job by DreamX and a blink there to go ahead and provide that safety for Chaikai and protect her. 4-0 right now. It is DreamX's early game lead.
Another kill for DreamX here, another kill for Chai Kite in the mid lane. This is a very good early game for DreamX so far here. Now they're heading for the top side to guarantee the first tower here. It's already taken down. Infinity is losing the map, it's losing that situation.
Yeah, King takes a little bit of damage from Lionel. ZZ comes in, but just is not able to make a lot of those teleportations work. You've got a lot of escaping abilities, I want to say, coming out from the big targets of DreamX. So we're really leaning on Zablotch to kind of get online for Lionel to be able to do a lot of damage, but even Lionel's going to have the same trouble trying to get that damage onto this team that is just so maneuverable.
Yeah, but now here Infinity is trying to respond somehow, but now we're seeing King doing a proxy over the first and the second tower in the bottom lane here. Now Rusi is heading back, but now Chai Kite is heading down once again. That could be a 2v1 situation once again.
Yeah, Jumpstyle's going to go ahead and head down there. 2v1 already. Feathered airstrike raining damage down onto Rusi on the back line. Jumpstyle coming in for the flank. Finds himself a kill on to the XP laner. That's going to open up this bottom tower for the side of DreamX. A 5-0 game. Infinity have been left breathless here, unable to come back. Lionel going to have to use those black shoes as Fanboy comes in to provide for that escape.
Now once again here, King is burning my tongue, but now Lionel is lost.
You big flicker on a 2. Lionel, who gets taken down 6-0 right now for DreamHack. That's going to set up this next turtle for them.
Yeah, once again here, King burning my tongue because of the Rainier situation. He is doing a lot. He's using the flick here to surprise the enemy, doing the proxy, doing the situations to guarantee kills for a Chaikai, for example. Oh, in the mid lane here from Boy!
Oh, Fanboy tried the Wrath of the Dryad, thought he had the win as he flickered out from underneath the tower, but Chaikai with some amazing positioning catches him on the back end with a feathered airstrike to finish the job. And now it just that was ZZ. I was like, what happened there? ZZ actually got teleported back to where he was. And it just, Infinity are just having the roughest game here. And I thought that we were going to have some issues. You've got a lot of melee heroes here that you want to try to make work, but the threat of a Chaikai with this feathered airstrike, with the damage he can do, so much poke that can come out too from Chimera as well, is just overwhelming Infinity right now.
Yeah, DreamHack is turning on the turbo mode over Infinity so far. The first line here of the tower is already taken down by for DreamHack. Once again, feather airstrike here. Oh!
Wow, ZZ comes in and gets exploded. This is a completely different team. I feel like DreamHack understood the draft on a different level here, baited out some of these picks that Infinity was known for. And this is what I talk about sometimes when it comes to the draft being the draft for a reason. Certain heroes not shining, like especially Rusi on the Stamus. I mean, you need to get so close and remain so close. Now a little bit of trouble here as we have the feather airstrike in the middle of 2 lanes as well. That's going to go ahead, zone out the rest of Infinity for their high ground tower pressure.
Yeah, DreamHack here realizing especially the composition situation over Chaikai here with Farsa over Blink with the Serranos. You know, they know that they cannot let this game to be so long because of the carry on the late game here coming from Infinity. So they know that they had the tools now. They have the tools to finish the game as soon as they can. But we are talking about Infinity on the other side, which is a very good team. So both teams here, like not in the coin flip, but now in the mid lane here, Blinking taking so much damage. And even though King is still able to survive, Feather Airstrike coming again.
Yeah, still raining on that damage. We're already going to have to use the black shoes defensively to get away from the damage coming on from the feathered airstrike. Good pressure mounting from Infinity. They're able to go ahead and push that bottom tower. They got themselves a free tower, so now have the top and a bottom as Lord making its way through mid.
Yeah, so I was talking about like DreamHack not having this hard engage situation, or like comparing to Balearic, for example, but they have this following up a very interesting one with the Phantom's team from Jump Style, with the Feather Strike here coming from Chaikai, for example, and Chimera with the skill shot. Oh!
Yeah, we have the Phantom Steed coming out through mid. Big pressure mounting on the high ground up at mid. Chimera is able to find a kill onto Fanboy. The rest of Infinity trying to find an escape, trying to find a defense here as King underneath the tower, taking a lot of damage on the backside. Blink latches onto Rusi, who's going to activate that vengeance and actually turn this around for Infinity. They find themselves the kill, and DreamHack are still able to find that mid tower. Feathered airstrike down to zone out the rest of Infinity. Top high ground tower is down. It is just the 2 towers at bottom lane, but that means we're gonna have a big boy minions coming from the mid and top lane.
As they say, the greed took down the golem here. Blink was too greedy trying to get the kill. He was taken down, but who cares? Because now this is the high ground no more for Infinity. Only the last one in the bottom lane here. Super minions in the mid lane for DreamHack. Super minions in the top lane for the Dragon Boys. Oh my goodness. This game here, it is so good for DreamHack to finish so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty dominant game. We're only, I mean, there's about an 8K gold lead here at the 11-minute mark here. So they just need to sync up lanes, continue on with putting on this pressure, or they could just do it safe, continue pushing the lanes, and then just wait for the next Lord. Right now, you're at a point where Infinity cannot win a fight unless they get lucky. You see that little bit of a teleport coming out from ZZ, but he does not find the target he wants. Kite, Chimera doing a great job with their spacing, with their positioning, making sure that they're not in harm's way, except when it is to rain down some damage with that feathered airstrike. You see them already chunked down to 50% immediately. Damage coming out on the King. Wrath of Dryad coming out, as you see from the flank. ZZ gonna have to find a disengage, but this already setting it up for a clean Lord pickup by DreamHack. 5 seconds left for that Lord.
Yeah, King here being the king of XP lane so far in this game for DreamHack with his Uranus. Once again with a fast airstrike here from Kite, just to zoom out the players and let the DreamHack guarantee another Lord for the Dragon Boys. But now, okay, only Blink and King here with the playing forward, the playing aggressive to try to get this info for a DreamHack. The Lord is guaranteed by DreamHack, immediately heading down in the mid lane for the Dragon Boys.
Yeah, Chaycon in the back end is going to be looking for that good positioning to lay out a feathered airstrike. Zablochin fanboy lying in wait, seeing if they can kind of bait out some of those abilities. Rusi at the bottom. Oh, they come in from the flank. Oh, and they miss the Wrath of Dryad. Chaykite able to get that distance and lay down the suppressive fire in the form of that feathered airstrike. That is unfortunate as DreamHack has turned this around. Rusi is down. Pressure starting to mount at the core. All towers down for the side of Infinity as 5 members from DreamHack thinking that maybe they can put some pressure on to this core, mounting and waiting for that mid lane to push coming in. Feathered airstrike raining down, damage coming out from the rest of Infinity, trying to defend on the backside. Blink goes in looking for the damage. Blink actually activates, gets taken down, but it is more than enough time for DreamHack to find the game-winning punch.
A completely stop here coming out from DreamHack in this third game. My goodness, DreamHack didn't recognize here Infinity and guarantee the second win.
Yeah, DreamHack was making their presence known that time around, taking 2 turtles and with like a 4-kill lead by the 5-minute mark. Then after that, they just continued their reign and they conquered that map and took all the objectives and ended up with that 10-1 in favor of DreamHack. That was amazing. They probably got more kills there, but that's what the last thing I saw. It was too quick.
Yeah, there was just that. I mean, I understood maybe what they thought they could accomplish with the Thamus. If they were able to get to these objectives first, you could use Thamus to maybe zone out the rest of the enemy. The only problem here was it just felt like DreamHack was quicker to the punch. Once you're already situated, Thamus is going to have a very hard time closing the distance on any one of these lethal damage dealers out there, especially Chimera, Chaykite, who both have dashes, both have wing by wings to be able to get away, and then you're talking about a decent amount of peeling ability for them as well. A great game here as DreamHack seemingly able to shut down Infinity.
Yeah, especially here neutralizing Rusi's performance, even in the very first minute here in the game, as Private was saying, like especially with this wall, the resistant wall coming from King, the Gemstar, for example, and also a Blink. You know, despite that they didn't have some kind of engage here in that DreamHack composition, but they still dominated the map, dominated this pressure here to guarantee the turtles, and it was becoming hard and harder for Infinity to do something over the past minutes here, because they are Rusi. I think that after the first turtle, Rusi got like a very hard life situation here with this Thanos, because he was not able to do much after that. He was neutralizing every time. We were able to see many times like King doing a proxy, walking through the jungle, you know, using the flick to surprise the enemy in the top side here. So he was really solid with this Uranus here to guarantee this advantage for DreamHack so far. And Kite with this feather airstrike. Oh my god, so causing so much pressure and so much damage with this range situation coming up to DreamHack with the Granger of Chimera, with this Farsa from Kite. So it worked very well here, that draft and that composition for DreamHack.
And right, we have to see our MVP control, confidence, and perfect execution. Everything you want to see in our MVP. Of course, it is Kite. She has been a force those last 2 games, and she is still going with the 406 KDA, 57.4k total damage, and 594 golds per minute.
She has been a player that has stuck out to me since the first week. Even though her team, DreamHack, hasn't had the greatest win rate, every single game that she is a part of, I want to say at least 90% of them, even when her team is losing, she's able to separate herself to do what her job is. I want to say even with the losses, when you look at the stats, you can tell that Kite, it was never on Kite for a lot of these losses. She's still doing what she needs to, getting those kills, not dying during a lot of these engagements. And then when it comes to the victories, the great placement that she has, especially on a Farsa, for somebody who I want to say is very fearful of getting caught of a lot of these abilities, did such a great job of being able to angle herself and make sure that she could find these opportunities to rain down those artillery strikes in the feathered airstrike.
Yeah. And actually, here Kite has been one of the pillars for DreamHack this year to like to get the situation, you know, like not losing their mind, even though with when King is not in a good situation in XP lane, for example. Kite is able to, okay guys, trust me. So we are here. I'm here to getting this not only advantage but handle that situation for DreamHack. That is working so well so far. 2-1 for DreamHack here, and now we are waiting to see. We are excited to see what Infinity is going to do here to turn the game even once again, because even I have the feeling that now DreamHack knew how to read the draft, knew how to read like Infinity's personality and play style. Maybe for this other game, it could be the last one. I think that is maybe it is more for DreamHack to win and close the series than Infinity to turn the game even.
Yeah, the pressure is on for sure for DreamHack right now with one more win for Infinity, sorry, because in one more win DreamHack will take it all, right? So this might be like that reverse that you're you know, right? They're gonna reverse sweep it if this keeps going on.
When it comes to the stats, DreamHack, this is going to be, despite competing in a best of 5 yesterday, this is going to be the furthest, the first game 4 that they are going to be reaching this season here. So this is gonna be the first time I want to say that hero pool has been tested at this type of a length. I think the same thing can be said for the side of Infinity as well. Yeah, this is gonna be both of these teams' first time making it to game 4. So maybe we might see some slippery picks out there. I know that the side of DreamHack, they still have that Kimmy pick that can come out. I know we've been banning out the chip, so I'm not sure that that's gonna be seeing the light of day for Fanboy on Infinity just yet as well. But like I said, there's just certain, this is sometimes the biggest flaw that I see happen when you start having these kind of outside the wall pickups that you prioritize over a team that understands the meta and knows what they need to do to be successful. Thamus wasn't able to get to the back line. Not just Thamus, when the Farsa was picked up, there was nothing answered that was to get to the back line, to answer the big question, how do we close in on Farsa? How do we shut her down? There just was no answer. In fact, the few times that I believe they were able to get damage, they just ran through the barrage of the feathered airstrike to try to get some damage onto her, but they still had a great line there to try to protect Kite there as well. So it's gonna be very interesting. That I think Infinity needs to go back to the drawing board, just reset immediately in your head and just get these drafts out there. We don't need an answer that is outside the meta. We don't need to go reaching crazily and settle on something without considering how these options play, or if we have an answer for what the enemy is presenting us.
Yes, but Shaykite, just need to speak on Shaykite real quick. Shaykite has been amazing and has been an inspiration. So if you do want to join the MWI, open registrations are happening right now, May 2nd through May 11th. You can be just like her. Get in and join and learn and do you.
Yeah, so this is a gold opportunity here for you, the ladies, to show your performance, to show your skills. The MWI qualifiers here are open, so it's your time to shine, to represent your place, your country, now your friends also. So here, take this chance, take this opportunity here with the MLBB scenario.
Yeah, I mean, like I was talking about it before, the guys have had their time to shine. We've been talking about it for a while now, but it is time for the ladies because we know there are so many great players. I think North America, we've had a lot of community tournaments where a lot of these women come up there. So it's going to be very amazing to see if any of you guys can go ahead and get up to that professional level to compete. Speaking of competing, finally on to game 4 of this last best of 5 before we move on to the playoffs. And I want to say a lot of eyes on Infinity. Now that you're finally kind of on the back foot here, now that it's been proven that some of these picks may not be as powerful or as strong as you thought they were, are we going to be able to brush the dust off of our shoulders and come back strong?
Yeah, so we were thinking, we were talking about like one of the ways to get over Farsa in the last game here that were not for Infinity, that they didn't find the answer because one of the answers were banned by DreamX, that it was Chip, for example, that he has the potential to using the portals to get into the back line, trying to flank over Farsa, but he was banned. But now we're seeing what is about to happen in this 4th game ever. But now we're seeing Harriet being banned once again by Infinity, and we are waiting for Chip. DreamX, where is the Chip? You were banning him since the first game. Zunshin, okay, there's still one slot open for banning Chip.
Yes, that's for sure going to be a prio ban for them. If it's not, I'll be surprised.
Yeah, I was actually kind of wondering if they were going to go ahead and take out the Zushin, because I was feeling like Infinity, they kind of had one of those drafts where they were going to let the Zushin slide out there too, hopefully to see if it would make them, force them into the decision of having either a Zushin or a Chip out on the team here. I believe we're going to be able to answer back.
Okay.
Oh,
we're going to go with the Marcel. So this is where the entire caster table takes a deep breath. What are we going to see with the Marcel? Is this going to be good? Is this going to be bad? I think we went over the stats here before the cast started to go ahead and take a look at the stats for Marcel. I think he's got somewhat of a 90% pick ban, upwards of a 90%. I think it's like 97, something like that. Pick ban rate here in the South, but it has a 50% win rate here in the South. So while in the North, I think it's got, does it have a 0? Or is it, yeah, 0% win rate in the North. Here, a little bit better. I feel like we do have a few teams that understand how to use him, but it's definitely not all teams. And I want to say more often than not, I see some compositions come out where I'm kind of like, how does Marcel fit into this composition? Where does he make this composition succeed? I'm hoping to see those questions answered with this upcoming draft from Infinity.
They already themselves banned out that Guinevere. It was the Guinevere, Trizla, and Marcel combo. So I am looking forward to kind of seeing what they bring here. They're picking up an Akai in the jungle or room?
Yes, probably in the jungle. Yeah, I think 100% in the jungle because we already have Marcel here in the roaming. So
unless they play it mid. Who knows nowadays? Like, you don't know.
Akai is kind of, I want to say, a seasons past, he used to be a pretty big counter for the Fredrin, where Fredrin was so strong, he could just tank damage. Then when the turtle or the objective got low, he could Appraiser's Wrath and Retribution. Akai came in and he was still that tanky counterpart to the Fredrin, but with the heavy spin, when the Lord got low or the objective got low, the heavy spin could pin Fredrin against the wall. He couldn't Retribution, he couldn't Appraiser's Wrath, and Akai was free to get that Retribution for his team. We'll see if it pays off. Like I said, it's been a while since I've seen these kind of clash, but I understand where the thinking is for it here.
Yeah. So the idea here for Infinity is going to be very interesting with that. With that in mind, with Akai here in the jungler trying to neutralize this Fredrin here and his potential to guarantee the objective, for example. But coming back to Marcel just a little bit, we were talking about, like, before the broadcast starts, not only in our region here in the AMER South, like there was like a coin flip situation with a 50% of Marcel, but we were talking about, like, even in the PH region, for example, in the MPL PH, there was a kind of like, I think it's almost the same, right? Like 50 or 52% of win rate coming out from Marcel. But even so, we can talk about, like, even in the highest regions, they are still learning how to work with Marcel and that composition, which is not very easy to understand, which is not very easy to it can be good to understand. It can be like, okay, we can understand, but when it comes to execution, when it comes to the real practice, you know, the situation could be very different. But now coming out here for the last man, Claude from Infinity, for DreamHack, sorry, and Imi and Kalia from Infinity.
Yeah, it looks like they're taking out that Kimmy, right, for Shy Kite, because you were saying that Shy Kite does a really great job with that Kimmy with them, but I wonder what mid they will be choosing this time around.
Yeah, I do like that they took it out there. I feel like this would have been a perfect opportunity for, I want to say, one of Shay Kite's signature heroes there. She just, she melds very well, like I said. When you've got somebody who can do well as a mid lane, separated from your team, who doesn't need the team to do well for her to do well, she melds well with a lot of those mages who can get that early game Sky Piercer, and Kimmy is one of those heroes that comes online very fast. They do get the Khalid here. I believe that Valentina is still an option for them that could give them a lot. That can help against the Marcel. You possibly have an ultimate against Akai as well that you can steal from him too, and you get the bursty early game damage against the Khalid and or with the Khalid on your team to possibly surprise that mid lane.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna pick up the Valentina because I think they've used it before based on the ban picks at the top.
They did. I just missed it.
And that's okay. They might have the ZTN open. Yeah, ZTN's open for them if she uses ZTN. That would be helpful to kind of with the CC.
Yeah, but I'm lost here now. I'm completely lost here with this final picks. Okay, Valier. Okay, because we saw Valier here before, but Leslie. I don't think hero.
I feel like Leslie, the point is to bully the carry, because it's definitely not for what it provides against Khalid or Fredrin or Esmeralda, because I feel like those are just bad targets for Leslie. It's here to dominate that gold lane, and hopefully we have a combination here that will work as we move into the final mix-ups here for this combination. And I mean, I still got the same question. How does Marcel fit into this? Does he kind of sway with any of these heroes in a way that will just become this game-winning strategy for them?
Not only over Marcel here, but that implies another question. How are they going to work versus Khalid, for example, who has his high mobility here to doing this roaming effectively over DreamHack and Fredrin, and the late game situation coming from DreamHack here with Chai, with the Sicilian, and Carry with Chimera here. So once again, I think that Infinity, it all comes to the early game. If Infinity are doing an interesting early game here, it is good for them. It can be good for them, but they cannot let the game being so long once again, because DreamHack has this a clock ticking against Infinity. But let's see what is going to happen now, because once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn. Infinity versus DreamHack. That could be the last game for today, so let's go, my friend.
Yeah, very excited to see, like we said, a possible game point for a DreamHack here. Have Infinity crossed a little too far outside of the box of the meta for this composition? We're about to find out, as both of these teams are looking to strive for that 4th place position, that 4th place seeding that gives them a little bit of a rest. Ooh, already a lot of damage. Lionel gets bursted down. The combination of Blink and Kite on that Sicilian bring him down.
Look at Esmeralda. Where is she? Here on the jungler.
Yeah, definitely really deep on the side, but 3 members coming in here. Kite on the backside too, raining down damage. Z is going to have to try to pull that buff out a bit. Blink taken down to about 10%. DreamHack already, you can see the power of this early game. They're invading, they're getting kills already. They're being threatening in all of these lanes.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was talking about, like being the early game here, aggressive for both teams. That could be very interesting one. It could be worse for Infinity here, because the kill was for Blink, you know. Okay, he can impact in a good way for DreamHack, but a kill for Kite could be better, or for Chimera, for example. But even though DreamHack is playing aggressive, this is playing forward, and now it comes for the first turtle in the downside of the river.
Yeah, the crazy thing for me is that Kite, Sicilian is typically one of those heroes that you're like, all right, give him a break in the early game, because they still have a lot. Actually, in the bottom lane, it does look like we have a stun landing on to King. Gets taken out, is able to get away.
No way.
Look at look at King on the outside, gets underneath the tower there, assisted by Kite with that Bat's Feast.
My goodness, King here, an immortal one. He bought so much time for a DreamHack here. He was able to survive, but not only that, sorry, it was able to guarantee the first turtle for a DreamHack. So he bought this time for DreamHack here, because Infinity trying to buy this pick off here, which didn't happen. And it gave the DreamHack the opportunity to respond back this situation and guarantee the first goal, guarantee the first objective. And we're seeing Blink once again with the lead, with this high speed, with this mobility here, which benefits DreamHack so far. But
yeah, a big stun lands on the Lionel's gonna have to use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Blink taking a heap of damage, uses the flicker of his own. All of this before this turtle and a big heavy spin. ZZ putting King onto the wrong side of a tower. Lord now at 65 seconds as Chimera comes in from the top lane. Big stun lands onto 2 members of DreamHack. Fanboy takes a little bit of damage for his actions.
Yeah, but now this time here, King wasn't so lucky. For the next time here, after the heavy spin coming up from ZZ, he was taken down. 1-1 here so far. The goal lead, there is no such a goal lead here for both teams. Only DreamHack is still just a little bit ahead. But now here, once again, Blink trying to get this info, trying to cause this pressure up every time with this lead. But now we're heading for the next turtle, which is going to appear also in the downside of the river once again. But now we're here, we're seeing a 2v2 situation, because Fanboy he is helping the Zablax to farm. Now Lionel comes in the upper side here. So after the 4 minutes here, okay, even though the first turtle was for a DreamHack, but the game is even so far.
Yeah, and Kite's just doing such a great job. Even though doesn't have the stacks, this is usually the time where a Sicilian is going to have the worst point in the game, but it's just doing, you can see Sanguine Claws coming out, really punishing Lionel every single time he comes to that L-bush at the mid lane. It's easy on the bottom side here, looking for a way to get in against this turtle. Dancing around, and does he have the heavy spin? A big push there comes out, and a Raging Sandstorm comes out and misses both of them, but it still allows the DreamHack to be able to get themselves a turtle. King in a little bit of trouble is going to be able to find himself an escape. Rusi dashes himself to safety as Fanboy eats a few shots of that Bat's Feast coming out from Kite.
Now here's Zablox could be in danger. Chimera comes up. Okay, so he was able to play back. He was able to play under the tower over here. But oh!
Yeah, you see the Sanguine Claws come out to trap out Zabloch, who takes a heap of damage now. I mean, we're already at a point. Shaykai is just, even without the damage, making moves and becoming a nuisance to the enemy team with those Sanguine Claws. Blink actually might be in a little bit of trouble, surrounded by Zabloch and ZZ, while pressure beginning to mount at this top tower as Chimera gonna make short work of these minions. Heavy Spin does have Jump Style pinned against the wall, but that might be the wrong member against the wall, as Infinity just does not have the damage yet to follow up. 1-1 apiece.
Yeah, but now it comes here. This is a very interesting idea of a combo coming out from Blink, for example. But Blink here could be in trouble, but now he's able to play back. But now the focus can be the first tower here in the top side.
Yeah, 4 members there. We do have the golden hour, does freeze them underneath the tower. Still not gonna be able to take down these minions. Sanguine Claws out to go ahead and trap Zabloch, but down goes the top tower for the side of DreamHack, especially because it's a very low killing game. It speaks a lot about what DreamHack is able to do macro-wise.
Yeah, there's a very low killing game here so far, but the goal lead here is heading for a DreamHack somehow, especially using playing with the macro here. But now it is time for Infinity to try to do something. Oh!
Yeah, down goes Blink. ZZ actually able to find himself a good pick off there, but now might be in trouble. Has the Heavy Spin trying to find himself an escape as the rest of DreamHack get pushed back. Mid coming in there. You see King coming in, trying to put on the damage as Fanboy and Lionel looking for an escape. Lionel still trying to push out the damage, pushes King away from the towers of Blotch. Oh man, the Leslie, I mean, the shots, she takes those little pot shots. We're just not at a position right now where Zabloch is doing enough damage. I think I talked about this before off screen when I was talking with Xena about the usefulness of Leslie. Either you're coming in, you're getting those pot shots and you're making the enemy afraid of the damage that you're dishing out, or you're not and you're tickling them and they just turn and try to take you out.
Yeah, but don't worry, my friend. After 8 items here, I definitely Leslie is gonna cause damage. Don't worry, don't worry. It will come. There comes a time. But now, once again, here on the top side. Oh, here comes DreamHack.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be able to take out the top tower. We do have a Raging Sandstorm that comes onto ZZ, who does use the Heavy Spin to get himself out of harm's way. Jumps out on the backside, is looking for the flank. We do have a good golden hour coming out to try to execute this escape for Infinity, and they are able to get away. I think you brought this up before, Rico, as well. There are 2 types of people here in the South that execute with Marcel. One of those is the ones that have a complete composition for Marcel to be able to be very aggressive, use his ultimate offensively to get those setting potential. And then there's the other half of the teams that use Marcel as an escape tactic. I'm not a huge fan of the escape tactic because I feel like it puts you on your back foot, and that's his only real usefulness, is when you guys are trying to escape. However, here it is working out for Infinity.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. And even though, oops, once again here DreamHack versus Infinity, it's a 4v3 player situation, but now they head back. And I think that when you use Marcel here in a disengaged situation so far, I think that it loses you the time and an opportunity to you to play aggressive, you know, to play forward, to have an interesting early game, for example. Okay, you can have a composition that can works better in the late game, for example, with a Sicilian or in carry, for example, for a DreamHack. But even though here, when you use a Marcel only for a disengage, only to buy time to escape from some initiation, I don't think that this could be the best idea ever, as we are used to see in the AMER South region, with the teams always like trying to play forward, always trying to play aggressive.
Yeah, we did see a little bit of a cut lane coming out there from King, but it does look like Rusi's actually going to be able to get to this turtle fight early. Now you're going to see big push out coming out from Fanboy there in the form of the Sanguine Claws from Chakai. I don't know how many. I wish we had a way to be able to understand how many. Ooh, Chakai onto the big form onto the back line. ZZ tries to go in there, is not able to take out Chakai, but is going to. Oh, Chakai. Oh, Blink actually see a little bit of trouble here. I was going to say J-Kite looked like they were going to go home, but they turn around immediately. Big stun comes on to Chimera, looking for the kill on to the marksman laner, but they do not find it. 1 and 1 apiece. Both XP laners are, or actually we have a roam down for the side of Dream Max and an XP laner down for the side of Infinity. Neither team look like they're in a great position to be able to take out this Lord just yet.
Yeah, 1 by 1 here in the last team fight here for both teams. Infinity here trying to get more kill, but King is trying to buy time. Why the Lord here is started by a Dream Max. Oh, King!
Oh, yeah, look at the damage coming out from the Valier. Lionel doing a good job of trying to follow up on a 2 King there. Lord has been taken down to about a third of health. Jump Styles trying to keep in there. Does reset the Lord. You can tell Dream Max are very thirsty for a fight here against Infinity, who now have to turn their attention to try to clear out these lanes. You immediately see from Dream Max, Blink immediately going up to the top to try to clear out those minions so that there's something for the side of Infinity to have to answer. Minions now still coming as, oh, in comes King trying to put the damage onto Lionel, who does get the push and a little bit of CC for his team. The rest of Dream Max gonna go ahead, start up on this Lord, about a quarter of health taken down. King roaming around through the minion path here, looking for an angle to get access to the back line. Taken down to about 25%, now down to 10%. We do have a sniper coming out as Jump Style able to find himself a Lord, but immediately taken down by Rusi. With that, J-Kite able to answer back with a kill of their own, and down goes Chimera. Blink in trouble here as Lionel trying to put on the damage and is able to find a kill, but immediately after answered back by King. 2 left for Infinity, 2 left for Dream, but a Lord coming in on the side of Dream Max.
Yeah, oh, once again here, J-Kite! Ooh, but the kill was for King over Marcel here.
Yeah, J-Kite sitting at 2-0 and 4. And I said already from the beginning of this game, making huge use out of this Sicilian pickup. And now we're starting to get to a point, I want to say around like 150 high to or 200s. You're going to start actually really feeling the effect you're having on these games. You're going to be able to spam out those abilities here. And I feel like at the 12-minute mark, J-Kite should definitely be there. Definitely able to rain down this damage. Definitely able to use those Sanguine Claws as well. Lord pressuring up at top as ZZ and Zablotch doing the best they can to take it down. Meanwhile, the rest of Dream Max very wisely clearing a path through Infinity Jungle.
Yeah, just one more situation here for Infinity that they have to pay attention, but oh, once again here in the orange buff, King doing the front line.
Yeah, King actually in a little bit of trouble here. Gets taken down by Zablotch. Finally, must have that the 5th or 7th items on the Leslie to be able to chunk down King. Is going to be able to start doing some damage. Only 2K, a little under 2K behind is Infinity. It is a lead of 6 to 7 right now for the side of Infinity, but I do feel like Infinity's still on their back foot.
Yeah, even though here another thing that we can talk about here is for a Dream Max is another point in favor for Dream Max here, because we're talking about like a late game situation for a carry, for example, and Cecilia. Okay, a carry has a late game in before because of the true damage, because of his her buff for a melting tankies, for example. Or another situation here is a Sicilian, not only for the items that he got the late game, but also with the stacks with the bad impact here. So the more stacks that he can he gets, the more damage he causes. So the clock is ticking against Infinity here because of the 2 situation heroes, a carry and Sicilian, to get a very strong late game.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to some of that late game scaling. I feel like Lionel can start falling off. Zablotch is going to scale, I guess, pretty well into the late game, but isn't going to be able to scale as much as the Chimera, as much as J-Kite. Oh, and speaking of which, Zablotch gets smushed underneath the damage coming out from J-Kite. That's going to go ahead and start this Lord. Pop-up comes on to 3 members of a Dream Max. Are the rest of Infinity in a position to contest this? 10% left up on the turtle. Are they going to be able to come in jump style, able to get the retribution? Now the rest of DreamHack trying to put the boots on to the rest of Infinity. Lionel coming in from the side, looking for the damage. Lionel might actually be caught here. Is going to be able to find himself a teleport to get himself out of harm's way. And now another Lord coming up at the top lane of Infinity.
I didn't understand here why ZZ took so long to use the heavy spin, and not only to fight back for a Lord, for example, maybe because they were with one player last. I think I can think about that. But once again here, DreamHack. Oh!
Yeah, big sandstorm, a raging sandstorm comes in with the flicker, lands on the 3 members, but Zablach immediately able to take them down with this help of the firepower coming up from the turret, the tower. She finds 2 deaths now on the side of DreamHack. Is going to have to go back to base as the Lord making mincemeat of this high ground tower from Infinity. Ooh, he actually takes a lot of CC. Is he going to be able to get away? You have the deadly sniper coming out from Zablach, but it is not able to finish the job.
Yeah, the goal here was reached by taking down the last tower in the top side, guaranteed super minions for DreamHack. But now they decided to head back because they were with 2 players less. So they have to pay attention, especially with Zablach here with this carry who has the Berserker Fury, the Malefic gun, the Blade of Despair, the Endless Battle. Yeah, this Leslie now is able to cause the damage. So the mission here for Infinity now is protect the carry, and the carry in that situation, sorry, is the Leslie.
Yeah, and it even has the range out there as well. So you got 4 items out there. I guess it just depends. Can Zablach kind of get around to some of these back lines to really punish? I feel like the best value is to be able to take down Chakai or take down Chimera. The problem is, I feel like this front line is just so huge, and they're going to have a huge problem trying to do it. On the backside here, you see Fanboy coming in. Oh, a big golden hour does go land onto 2 members. And in comes the heavy spin. Chimera in trouble, chased down as ZZ able to find the kill. Bat's Feast is out. Chakai trying to put on the damage, takes a heap of damage. ZZ trying to close the distance, turns around at the last minute as the rest of the team notices the base. Very open for the side of DreamHack. Shades of the last game as well.
Holy here! Chakai being responsible for putting 2 players for running away for Infinity. When it comes to, okay, Infinity had the opportunity, Infinity had the team fight so in favor, but the last time, the last breath, Chakai causing so much damage, with a bad impact here, was able to get this time for a DreamHack. But now the Lord is at the downside here, both teams with the 5 players, but Infinity has a better situation here, has a better place over the map. But here comes King with the face jack, but now the Lord is in the pit. He wasn't started by any teams, but now just because I said, oh, Blink?
Yeah, Blink's gonna take a lot of damage coming out from Fanboy, who's still looking for an angle to try to get in here. Both DreamHack and Infinity want to win this. Ooh, you see already 50% coming down. And that's a Wishing Lantern being activated from Chakai as well to try to put a little bit more damage onto ZZ. Now a little bit of a fight there as the rest of the team going deep into Infinity territory. From the backside, trying to chase down Chakai, are not able to close the distance just yet. All this to say that the longer this fight goes on, the worse it gets for Infinity. They don't have any high ground towers. The longer this fight goes on, the more you can see minions beginning to build up at the top lane as well. A free line into Infinity's base right now as minions just spawn. Infinity know they have a limited time limit to actually make something happen here. We do have the sniper coming out from the Leslie, from Zablach, who is looking for Lionel takes a lot of damage, has to flicker himself to safety. Heavy spin comes out, putting Blink on the wrong side of enemy territory. Chakai still trying to zone out the rest of Infinity, but now Infinity and Rusi have to answer the minions knocking on their core, which means Infinity does not have the numbers to try to contest this Lord.
Yeah, so that situation get even worse for Infinity now, once again, with the Lord coming up from DreamHack's favor, probably in the top side once again with where has a no last tower here. Yeah, so at 20 minutes of the game, even though Infinity here is ahead of kills, but the map domination, the rhythm, the goal lead here, it all comes for a DreamHack so far, and they have two strong keys here. They have two strong weapons. They have Chai-Kite with Sicilian and Chimera with Carry, which finished in loud win.
Oh, they go back, they find Chai-Kite! King didn't check that bush! That's what I said ooh for, they just missed that bush, and this might be the opportunity they're looking for. Golden Hour does miss on the Zablotch, who's running for the hills. Lord at the base right now, looking to start swinging away. Another kill for Zablotch, as the rest of Infinity looking to put the boots onto this Lord for a successful defense. On the back line, Rusi able to hold back the line of DreamHack long enough for a successful defense from Infinity.
Okay, here once again, Infinity defending themselves, defending their honor. Okay, Chai-Kite guarantees a kill over Rusi to X. But even though we're seeing now the items so far, even the the ADC here, the marksmen are full build from both sides. The mid lane here are full build. Actually, almost everyone here is in the full build. Winter Crow for Rusi's hand. Also, when it comes to immortality for King to buy more time. Even in jump style, here comes an immortality, and waiting for the last item here for Fred Dream. Oh my goodness, 35 seconds left for the next Lord here. That could be the last one for both teams, but DreamHack still have this leverage when it comes to the map domination, when it comes to the towers, is standing still for the Dragon Boys. They have the tower number 1 in the mid lane is still standing. So I believe that even though if Infinity win this last team fight, the next team fight, I believe it is not going to be the end for DreamHack.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing here is that little opportunity that Zablotch got with the mess up by King. I guarantee that's the last time King does not check out these bushes for their marksman. So it almost feels like it might have been wasted there just for the side that Zablotch was able to get that, be able to get that surprise onto them, because they had to use it defensively to clear up the core and get a good defense there. Now you can see DreamHack, I feel like they're slow playing the Lord right now. They want this fight, and Lionel misses a shot there too. You don't want to be doing that on a Valier, who, I mean, you need to be making connections with the heroes to get that refill back. Now Rusi, he's waiting on an opportunity. As soon as he shows himself up at the top lane, DreamHack is going to know that Infinity do not have the numbers. They're immediately going to go ahead and start. You see them immediately go on to ZZ, looking on the backside. Fanboy finds a big hit up there, but gets taken down immediately by Chimera. DreamHack starting to chase down the rest of Zablotch, looking for an escape if he can get out of that, but he's dealing with two members. King has latched on to Zablotch, who's looking for an escape, trying to find it as his team. Rusi on the backside finds Chai-Kite. Have Infinity turn this one around.
Look at the base
at the core. Infinity, can they save it? A push coming out from Valier. Can he take it? He's able to clear out those minions. Oh, so close there for Infinity, but you can see them still chasing down DreamHack. Rusi finds another kill onto Chimera, jump style by himself. They might be able to secure this Lord for the side of Infinity. We might be looking at a game 5 here.
Oh my goodness, what is going on here? DreamHack losing 3 players, and the minions almost got the backdoor here, but now once again, Infinity has this host to guarantee this next Lord. Jump style, try to do something, but it's still is it ineffective because it is only him here to try to do something to fight back this Lord. But now here comes Infinity with the Lord, with this advantage of the players, because it is 20 seconds left for Chimera get back to the game. But now they're compensating the map here, taking down the towers, but I don't think this is gonna be the end here so far, Private.
I feel like they need to get all these lanes synced up if they really want to have a successful push here. They cannot only have 2 lanes to push. They cannot only have 1 lane. They need all 3 lanes to be synced up so that maximum pressure and DreamHack can't just focus on a funnel to take down Infinity. You see already we're missing that top lane right now as ZZ has to chase down Blink, who's doing a good job. He knows what he needs to do. He wants to activate that top lane. He wants to make it as easy as possible for DreamHack to defend. On the top side, Rusi's gonna go ahead, cut his lane for the side of Infinity as well. Lanes coming through mid. You can see Lord being held up at bottom. Both teams waiting for an opportunity here to get the charge in. Fanboy comes in, finds a big stun onto 2 members of DreamHack. Sanguine Claws come out on the backside. Bat's Feast has been activated for Chakai. Maybe a little too early. Lord hasn't even touched their towers just yet. Tier 2 tower up at top. Infinity's going to be able to get that. Lord looking for the charge, able to put the damage onto the top tower as well. That is 1 high ground tower down for the side of DreamHack. They leap onto Jump Style, have the immortality proc as well as the Winter Crown as well for their team. There's immortalities and Winter Crown proc for everybody around here. Lord swinging away at the core. Sablotch finds a kill onto 2 members. Infinity have found a way to get this to game 5.
It all comes to an end. It all comes to the last game here. What a great victory for Infinity. Everything is even once again, Zena. 2-2.
Wow.
We are heading for the last one.
Wow, this is intense. Infinity, DreamHack looked like they had that, right? They took all the objectives at first. They had the game, they had the map. Then all of a sudden, the minions almost taking the back door to Infinity. They were able to turn that around real quick, got that last Lord, and DreamHack was not able to recover. That was one heck of a fight. That was chaos.
I want to take this opportunity to issue out an apology for all of those Leslie users out there that may have been harmed by my comments when I saw the initial pickup there. Sure, it may take 7 items for you to hit your power spike. Yeah, you might have to wait till the 21-minute mark of the game to really start coming online and having an effect. But by God, if the game does go over that time limit, you are going to be a menace on that stage, as the Blotch was able to show the whole of DreamHack here.
Yeah, the blocks here with this Leslie. And I was talking about that, okay, with A items here, with Leslie was about to cause the damage to impact in the good way for on the game. But once again, he burnt my tongue here with this huge Leslie. But not only that, the resilience that Infinity showed in this game here, not to buy the time to get to find these opportunities, to find these breaches over DreamHack's composition to surprise them. Chaikai once again playing so well, but you know, okay, a team is 5 players, not only one. Okay, maybe you can have one that is also like a very good one that can be one of the pillars, but everyone has to be on the same page. Every team, every player has to be on the same synergy, have to be on the same page here. So Chaikai trying to do the best here and this a game, but it wasn't enough because Infinity comes for the last game.
Chakai, what was it like a 4-1-6, 100% team fight participation? You're absolutely right. Chakai always having a great game, but it is more than one player that has to sound out, that has to have those great games. And unfortunately, Infinity able to turn this around at the last seconds. I want to say it was about the 23-minute mark here.
Yeah, we're seeing the highlights here once again. So the game started so well for DreamHack, guaranteeing the turrets, guaranteeing the macro game here, dominating the map, taking down the towers, taking down here the kills, you know, for DreamHack, and they have a they had a very interesting advantage here on the Land of Dawn, guaranteeing even the first Lord. But somehow Infinity was trying to they found some breaches. They found some opportunities here to get back in the game, you know. It was very close, to be honest, because we saw the minions trying to make a backdoor in the base. The base, the Infinity's base was like with the 25% of the HP here, almost taking down. It was that was almost a victory for DreamHack. But even though Infinity had this resilience, Infinity had the chance to finish the game, and they took it. So now it is all comes to the last game here once again. Even though with the Chimera, with the Carry, and a Trifight with a Sicilian, but even though with that situation, with that like advantage here, with the composition with Oscar, especially for the late game, it wasn't enough here for DreamHack guarantee the victory. Now everything is even, 2-on-2.
Yes, and let us get to the MVP. They turned pressure into opportunity and came out on top here.
Who's gonna be?
Who will be our MVP? Super excited to see who this is. I kind of have an idea.
Ooh,
Who do you vote?
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Where's my target?
Well, I mean, Zabloch did get some good kills at the late game, but I feel like there were some good. I mean, you take a look at Fanboy here at the 26-minute mark, 0-2 and 12. That's nothing to really kind of assange at. Did a decent job of being in effect through a lot of these games.
Lo and behold, oh, it's not who we thought.
Okay.
It is the Akai ZZ here with 2012 KDA, 44k damage, and 577 golds per minute. Wow, didn't expect that, but I guess the fact that they didn't die, maybe, but I'm like, and was there to assist a whole lot.
Yeah, I gotta be honest here. I didn't expect like ZZ getting the MVP. Okay, he was very important. He didn't die in this game with 12 assistants here with the Akai so far. But at sometimes I didn't understand like why he was not able to use the heavy spin here to try to fight back, especially the first objectives, the first turtles and the first lords here. But even though it was very good for Infinity here, especially with the ZZ getting this solid performance, getting this solid with the Akai, not be able to die, not be able to take down, for example, especially to defend the base, to defend the towers. It was very important. But I expected here at Zablox with Leslie over the KDA and over that situation that he was able to find.
It's almost like he kind of came in like almost as a secret there. Like we didn't see very many plays that he was like going out of his way to kind of get kills or push himself on there. He was just looking for opportunities, and unfortunately, he himself felt like he didn't have such great opportunities to just dive in, get the heavy spin. And then what happens? You get the heavy spin, maybe you do get the Lord, but then you get immediately killed because the rest of your team can't dive in there with you as well. Played a very, very patient game here. And like we said, it's not like he wasn't doing anything. 12 assists there. So definitely a mark and a pillar for why his team was successful. And maybe just kind of sulking into the shadows to where the team didn't realize that that was the major threat that was kind of that was really being an effect on them. They had to worry about the damage coming out from Zabloch. They had to worry about the Marcel and everything like that. So it's very interesting here, and a good game, a very well executed game here by Infinity.
Yes, they are. Both teams are fighting tooth and nail to make sure that they get this spot. We're going to the full best of 5 here. Akai did an amazing job there, helping the team with stopping those CCs and making sure that they were able to pull back, right? I'm just surprised that Valir was able to stop that minion push, and the way they turned that around so quickly. It all happened so fast. They're like, the minions were about to take that tower, then all of a sudden they got that Lord and down they go. Was able to take control right then and there.
Yeah, I was wondering in that situation that the minions were trying to backdoor him and saying, okay, maybe he's able to use the Flames of Vengeance to use the ultimate to to clean this minion wave as faster as they can to guarantee not only to save the base but to do something else, maybe to follow the teams to fight back from the Lord, for example, and it worked. And it worked well for Infinity here, letting them to the victory, letting them to decide everything in the last game here. In the best of 5. So we expected 5 games. We prayed for the 5 games. So here we are, and on the 5th game here in this best of 5.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. I wonder if I believe this is probably our first best of 5 for these for the South. I'm actually quite curious to see that, and I don't even know if we've actually seen a game 5 in the North either here. So we're kind of whittling down to a lot of hero pools here that a lot of these teams are going to need to be prepared for. I want to say if I am on either one of these teams, I'm looking for the chip ban. Oh yeah, this is the first time we've seen complete rows of all of these guys of heroes they cannot use any longer. I'm assuming Chip is still going to be up there for the bans, and possibly the Kimmy for the side of Infinity as well to take that away from Chaikai.
Who said there are
Yeah, it's gonna be exciting to see what they pull out of their belts now with all of these bans on the board here. They got rid of that Uranus, the tanky side there, and the of course the Chip. They didn't want to see that lurking around in the bushes. And then the Freya and the Marcel.
Yeah, here now waiting for the last ban here in the first phase for DreamHack and Infinity here. Now DreamHack in the blue side and being able to get the first pick. I'm looking for a Boxia. Yeah, they already used Boxia here in this best of 5, so they're not allowed to use that. Maybe a Harley, for example, for Jumpslide, but I'm not seeing Jumpslide playing with Harley, to be honest here. So we are waiting to see what is going on here, especially for the first pick for DreamHack. Maybe for Chaikai here to prioritize the mid lane, who is actually playing so solid. That's a possibility.
One thing I want to say is you either ban the Kimmy or you ban the Zushin. So that's gonna go ahead and allow the Kimmy out for the side of a DreamHack here, so we're going to be able to give that to Chaikai. I was about to say too, Zushin, I was like, we're kind of edging. Are we going to let that thing through there? We're kind of down. I feel like the later we're getting into some of these matches, the more it favors the side of Infinity because of some of those off picks that they have. I mean, they still have Valentina available on their side. They still have a lot of the roams available on their side. So, I mean, this almost, if they can play some of the meta just successfully as they have some of those outside the box picks, I think that DreamHack might be in for a bit of a rude awakening.
Yeah, they're not gonna pick up the Kimmy first. They prioritize the Harith here. They are still target banning for Fanboy. He has so many roams under his belt that I really don't know if that was a good choice to kind of like target ban Fanboy. I know roams are very important in the matches and helping the team gain, the map and control of the situation. They went ahead and picked up the Fredrin here and the Yuzong.
Yeah, and another thing here when it comes to Infinity, that this is surprising picks that we are used to see here of Valier, of Peleric, of Gufra, and now even Leslie, for example. The question is, will be able to see a Mia, for example, in that composition for Infinity, who knows? But here, okay, Jump Style playing with Harley. This is a surprise for me here, coming out with the Kalia in the first phase here for picks for a DreamHack. So roaming here, a very strong one with his potential for crowd control. But now here comes the response for Infinity with Lunox. Probably that could be in the mid lane or in the gold lane here. So Lunox has this flexibility for Infinity. So we have to wait to see.
Your team.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. I feel like that's going to go ahead. Oh no, they don't. They aren't going to be able to pick the glue pick anyway. So I mean, that's going to probably be able to try to take down some of these tankier ones that will stop Kalia from being able to get the tsunami slam onto the Linux. I feel like the main difference that I've seen here when I watch other regions like PH, Indonesia, and when it comes to AMER is that I feel like Kalia in AMER has kind of slipped down tiers a little bit here in AMER, where I feel like a lot of our teams aren't as comfortable picking up the Kali, where heck, they'll even go for other ones like Atlas. They'll prioritize over picking up a Kalea, which is really interesting to me here, especially with how prioritized it can be in other regions as a setter for their team to be able to get that one of their enemies all the way back onto the line, to be able to burst them down as well.
Yeah, Kalia is a great pick there. They're going for a full meta lineup right now. Harith, Harley, and Kalia here on that side. They picked up the Lunux here on the Infinity side. They saw what the Lunux can do, so I'm kind of excited to kind of see how that goes in the hands of Lionel and see what he can do with the Lunux.
Yeah. So here, analyzing the last ban here coming from DreamHack that actually goes for a Hylos. And now here, I think that now this is fanboys a time to pick the Romy one here. So I can expect anything here, but we're seeing the bans here so far. So not Atlas, Minotaur is banned, Chip is banned also. So who's gonna be here in the roaming? I don't believe that they're gonna use it.
I mean, we've got Franco.
Yeah, I was like, now we're
out there from some of those side pickups that can come out there from some of these guys. It's going to be very interesting. Oh, we still have Claude available. I was kind of hoping we would see something crazy here. Where's the Nana pickups? Where's the Cyclopses to start coming in? I think we have to wait for the game 6s before we start seeing some of those pickups coming up from some of these teams. We're still waiting on those final 2 pickups here from DreamHack.
Yeah, then they gone ahead and picked up the Claude instead. So Lunix for sure is going to be that mid lane. What are they choosing here for? They need an EXP laner and their mid laner. They already have 2 magic damage on DreamHack's side. Yeah, we can't guess right now what they're going to be choosing with how many global bans there are on the board. Oh, the Yves! We forgot all about that.
Even an Arlott here to finish the composition coming out from DreamHack, the XP lane in the King's hands here. Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Okay, Ivy here with the real world manipulation, causing the damage with like this range situation here, and Arlott he can mark someone from the other side to knock up the players. So it's gonna be very interesting situation for DreamHack, but we have to wait. What is a fanboy bringing out in the last choose here?
Oh yeah, Tigreal.
The only thing I can think of is is something that can be a setting potential, because he seems to really like those tanks that go with setting, the Atlas, the Minotaur, things that can help your teammate get that early access to them. Gatakacha is good, but he is not the initial setting factor. His ability is too predictable and it allows people to get out. So it's gonna need to be actuated probably by the Black Dragon or by ZZ going in on the Fredrin before he can use that Avatar of the Guardian to come in.
So when it comes to initiation here coming from Infinity, we have a fanboy here with the Gato Chacha, but it's a delicate initiation here because, as you said, they all know when he's coming with AO of the Guardian here, coming up from Gato Chacha. So that could be very interesting, especially to get a possible backline here coming up from Ivy, Chai Kai, for example, or Chimera. You know, there are so many options for a DreamHack to avoid that initiation coming from Gato Chacha. So everything can happen. everything is possible, because here now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the last time of today. DreamHack versus Infinity when it comes to the victory, and we have a pause.
Had no better way to start out the game 5. I want to say the South's first game 5 of the season as we get ready to start off this final game. Like we said, final game of the Swiss stage, final game before we go into playoffs next week. Both of these teams, I mean, they're putting in the hours, they're putting in the time, they're putting in the intensity for these matches. They're fighting for this like this is the grand finals. Neither team want to be the one that has to fight first, or that they want to be able to get that little bit of a rest, get to round 2 where they can just relax a little bit, let the other teams duke it out, the 4 through 8, I believe.
The pressure is on for these two teams. That's why they might, need a little bit more time to kind of analyze their strategy. So they're probably taking that right now. And they, like Private said, they do kind of not want to be the first team to go up and fight in this initial start of the playoffs, because they want to be sure that they can see what the other teams are made of, what they have to bring before they have to go in and do that and, climb up the ladder.
Yeah. Now, once again, in talking about like that two compositions here, we have to talk about Lunox in the mid lane here. That could be that he could have one of the ways to escape from initiation from Kalia from DreamHack. Even though we also have Claude with the Daxa hologram here, who can also have this ability to escape also. So maybe Kalia has to think about like a very to get a specific target here coming from this initiation. Who will be? Maybe a Fredrin, for example, maybe Yuzong, or any other target which is also working on the cooldown of this ability, or Lunox or Claude, for example. So it's gonna be a game for who can use better the cooldowns for abilities from the other team. So it's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, I feel that Lunix was a good choice there, because she can escape Harley's ultimate fairly quickly and easily. So that's not a target for him at all. That's one less person that he can find and burst down real quick, right?
My only kind of question is who is Linux kind of shining against? So I know that she's going to be able to get out of the Tsunami Slam. She's going to be able to negate the deadly magic coming out from Harley. But who is the big chunky target that she's going to be able to burst down? It's going to be very, there's a lot of people who have an ability to get away from her as well. The Tsunami Slam, for me, I'm trying to think as well, situations, if you grab the Fredrin, I feel like Fredrin, that's probably the absolute worst target you're looking for, because then he's going to be able to get the, I believe it's the crystal energy, where he's going to get the taunt on everybody. He's going to get defense. You guys are going to try to burst him down, and then he's going to be able to get down a great Appraiser's Wrath onto your teammates. So that could quickly turn against you. The other two targets, like we mentioned, they've got dashing abilities. They've got a way to escape from that as well. So I feel like, yeah, this is game 5. We've got a lot of people that they maybe don't have the best in slot answers for a lot of these people on the opposite side here. Gotta catch. I feel like the setting, I'm very interested to see how these settings are going to go for both of these teams as well.
Yes, speaking of setting potential, you can get set in getting these diamonds. With these diamond drops, make sure you stick around in the chat and engage and have a better chance at getting these diamonds, so you can get a chance at getting those skins.
Yeah, regardless,
Emotes.
we are waiting to see. Yeah, regardless, we are waiting to see who's gonna win this last game here. You are the real winner here, because you are getting the diamonds here in our broadcast, in our game. So you have the chance to get diamonds here for free if you stay tuned, if you send a like, if you share the live, if you call your friends here to watch the MCT AMER South. So it all thanks to you, it all for you guys. So don't miss the chance to get diamonds.
Yeah, very important for all you guys. Like we said, you guys keep yourself active in the chat, keep on talking, and keep on visiting us. We do appreciate all of you guys. And if you guys do appreciate the stream, we would appreciate for you guys to go ahead, give us the thumbs up, to give us a like, subscribe, whatever that button is that gives you guys the alerts or let you guys know that we are streaming again. We really appreciate it, especially when it comes to growth wherever you guys are watching us from.
Yes, we appreciate you all, and exciting matches, right? Between DreamHack and Infinity. This is a whole long thing. We're taking it all the way. Best of 5. DreamHack versus Infinity. Who would have thought?
Yeah. Okay, so now I believe that we are heading back on the game for an instant here. Okay, but talking.
Well, at least this gives us an opportunity. Let's throw it all out on the line.
We're giving you the suspense.
Yeah, let's put it out there. Game 5, our first game 5 here. 2 teams have 2 victories here. Who do we like?
You're so bad. I don't know. Well, based on previous calculations and scores, I think for me, my initial thing going into this was I was thinking DreamHack might take the win based on how they had won before.
Yeah, but the funny thing here is, while we were talking about who's gonna win here, like I knew and I've heard that our friends from the Spanish broadcast, like they were analyzing the draft situation, they were analyzing both teams, and they were like asking who's gonna win, you know, like according to the composition. And we have some tradition here, like the caster's curse, and in Spanish they call la mufa. When you say something like, okay, this team is gonna win, but the team actually lose, you know. And I've heard like with our Spanish casters in the Spanish broadcast, they were like tossing a coin to decide who's gonna win. And
well, we don't know who's gonna win. It
was an interesting idea, right?
That is an interesting idea.
Yeah, because
what are we gonna do? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, so that could be one. That could be an interesting. So here.
All right, private. Rico, go. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah,
Wait,
let's go. Let's go.
Decide. What does that mean?
Whoever, yeah. I don't forget.
1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. If private wins, it'll be if private wins, it'll be Infinity, and if Rico wins, it'll be DreamHack. Go.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh my.
Okay. Once again.
Again. Go.
Okay. All right. Ready.
1, 2, 3. Go.
Oh, well, there you go, DreamHack. Oh.
DreamHack, it is all to you now, guys. It is up to you now, guys.
Based on the rock,
you
paper,
have
scissors.
to win. And in this situation here, but analyzing once again here, we're seeing a Lunox in Leonel's hands this time. We saw in Chai Kai's hand, and it was really like she destroyed the game with Lunox. So we are expecting to see the same thing with Lionel. We hope to see that, but there are 2 different players with 2 different like personalities and play style here. So it depends very much which Lionel is gonna, how's Lionel is gonna play with this Lunox and Claude here to get a safe early game here to get to this transition from mid to late game in a safer way to get this condition for Infinity to guarantee this a win so far. So we are going to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, guys, unfortunately, when it does come to some of these labs, we do, when it comes to the tournament lobbies, unfortunately, there are sometimes errors that happen when it comes to the draft. So we are just waiting on them to remake everything. It's going to be the same picks and bans, same start and everything. So we're just waiting for that to happen here. But it does give us an opportunity to kind of go over where some of the strengths have been for some of these teams as well. For me, when it comes to DreamHack, their resilience and confidence when it comes into the meta, not to take anything away from Chaikai, who has been an absolute, like I said, she's stuck out to me since the first games I saw, able to really independently be this force for the team, regardless of how the team is going. Always in the right position. Always, even that last match, I think where we saw them starting to turn it around. Chaikai, I think only had like one death or 0. I can't remember how it went, but just still doing an excellent job on the Sicilian as well. So she's been one of those outliers for the team. For them as well. When it comes to Infinity, I think for them, it has been their flexibility, their ability to kind of go with the motion of the ocean, so to speak, when it comes to be able to get outside the box of picks, or even when it comes to some of the patience and not giving up.
Yeah, he was an amazing room and a great support. And speaking of supports, guys, we want to give a shout out to our sponsor, runestone.gg. Light up your esports with Runestone. They give great analytical data and you can improve your gameplay.
Yeah, it actually improved like fanboys gameplay here using the Russian, because we've seen Chip here.
I was about to say,
there's a main hero here, so yeah. So it's a time to improve your gameplay level with the Runestone, checking out the stats, checking out the abilities that you can grow up with a Runestone here. So thank you so much, Runestone, for improve the community level and to make this happen here, to make MCT AMER North, AMER South possible for everyone, even for us. So thank you, Runestone, to be one of the partners here for the tournament. And once again, oh my goodness, so we were heading for a remake here in the last game. So everything that you were hoping it and we were expecting it is happening. 5 games, so much action, so much emotion here, and even a remake here for this last game that we are handling. So yeah, it's only a best of 5 today, but it is everything that's happening so far.
Yeah,
I'm about to say,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh no, we were just getting back to like the strengths of these teams. And for me, like you were saying, Infinity's strength is their roamers' ability to adapt and change and be non-meta and just be there and support their team and give them that CC. Whereas on the side of DreamMax, Shy Kite, her mid game and the way that she's able to play solely by herself and just still be a driving force for the team is amazing to see out there. This could be anyone's game this time around. There were so many global bans and it's hard to kind of draft correctly to answer to each side.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sorry, got lost in my thoughts. I was trying to think ahead when it comes out to the draft and things like that. But I believe we have another call out there for you, Xena.
Yes, ladies, make sure you do get in on the MWI Open qualifiers right now. Registrations are open for the female teams out there. Any females that want to make it in the esports scene, May 2nd through May 11th, this is your chance to get in on that and be on that stage. Show them what you've got.
Yeah, so lady, hear me tonight. Okay, that's just a time
Okay,
to take the chance, and I'll take an opportunity to participate and join the open qualifier here for the MWY. Here is your chance for the lady to shine. And we all know there is a lot of lady who's a pro in Mobile Legends, a bang. So now take this chance, take this opportunity here.
Yeah, take it from Shy Kite.
I was going to say, if this series has proved anything, it's that there are females in a lot of these regions that do have the skill level to compete at a professional level. I know in North America we are intimately aware of a lot of the female players. I think right now they have Vendetta. Ashley is a sub for that team. Ashley also part of the team Gaming Gladiators, who was able to get 2nd place last year during MWI as well. And I want to say in North America, a lot of those females had competed in the North America regionals and things like that until they did create this grand qualifiers for the MWI and then the MWI itself. So So there's just a huge bustling community, a lot of great players waiting to get recognized. And here's the opportunity for a lot of those women to get recognized as well.
Yeah.
Extremely exciting to see. But also make sure you go ahead and visit us on our social media channels. MLBB Esports. We are everywhere. Kick, Twitch, X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok. MLBB Esports. Make sure you check us out. You'll see tips, memes, and even like what's going on right now in these stages. If you've missed what's happened, you can see there who's won, right? Or like what's going on at this moment.
Yeah. Make sure you follow our social networks here to get to know more about the tournament, to know more about what is happening, even to stay tuned and track the highlights with that beautiful voice from Private Caster and my not so beautiful voice over doing the highlights so far that you are able to track and in our social networks here. Also follow us in our profile networks also. So if you want, you can screenshot of here the picture and tag us in our social media. We'll be happy to repost you, retag you, and talk to you guys. So we are in the social medias also, so ready to talk to you, ready to interact with you here and make our community greater in Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah, a big shout out too for a lot of the other communities that have been joining us, as well as Indonesia and the Philippines, who have been tuning in to a lot of our casts as well. We definitely appreciate you guys. Like we said, share it with all your friends and family so that we can start continuing to grow here in the AMER. This has been a monumental event already for the start. Like a huge, it's history making, because we have this entire, not just a single continent, but two continents put together into one region here that are going to eventually, North and South are going to come together at the end of this to duke it out, to see who will reign supreme as the priority pick and who will go into MWI as the wild card.
Yeah, so here once again, my friend Private, we are back in the game. The last one here, DreamHack versus Infinity. Oh, in the middle lane here we go.
Yeah, already, like you said, history being made here. Game 5, Fanboy in a little bit of trouble here. Actually, very, very low, but gets some of that health back. Looking for an escape, zigzagging back and forth, but a jump style comes in with the kill to take down Fanboy.
Yeah, first blood here for Shy Kite. Oh, that could be not even better for DreamHack, but now Lionel here could be in trouble. 1v2, Lionel. Take care, my friend. Okay, he was able to survive. Oh, the top side.
Oh, King in a little bit of trouble here. Might want to back off, but he's trying to lure in Rusi for this fight. Jump style going to be able to find a kill there. 2-0 for DreamHack.
Oh my goodness, 2-0 for DreamHack, but now Chimera. What is going on here? It is the game came back so frenetic, so chaotic. But once again here, Chimera, okay, he is a low HP here, but now he still stands in the gold lane. He still stands in the lane. My goodness, he's so confident, but now he's heading to the base to regen HP. No, just because I said it, he decided to stay.
Oh yeah, he decides to stay because he sees jump style and he wants to try to lure Zabloch out into like a bait here. But Zabloch very wisely kind of reads the situation well. Is going to go ahead and be a little bit more passive as we go ahead and start on this turtle. Doesn't really look like Infinity's in a position to be able to contest this. We're still focusing down at the bottom. You can see underneath the tower, jump style. Oh, real world manipulation comes out of there. Zabloch still able to walk over that. Is going to have to use his petrify. Here come the reinforcements in the form of Infinity on the back line. Lionel trying to take down Chaekite, looking for the damage. Chaekite is trying to get under the safety of the tower, zigzagging back and forth. In comes the blazing duet from Zabloch and taken down by Chimera. Fanboy able to reply in kind as well. 2 kills for the side of Infinity, 1 for DreamHack, bringing us to a 3-2 game.
An insane dive here coming out from Infinity in the bottom lane. Guarantee two kills for Infinity. One for Lionel and one for Fanboy. Chaikai trying to buy much time for a DreamX. Meanwhile, Infinity was guaranteed the first turtle here so far in the early game. So everything is almost even. The goal lead here is even for both teams. But I think that maybe for a DreamX here with 1 kill in Chimera's hand, Shy Kai hand, and Jump Style could be better. But now DreamX is playing aggressive and is trying to steal here the orange buff coming out from Infinity. But now here comes the response.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out for the side of Infinity. Big flicker coming out there from onto Blink, who gets taken out. Real world manipulation at the mid lane to help clear out some of those minions. Infinity finally managed to tie things up with DreamX.
Now Rusi here has an opportunity and comes with a kill. Oh, King could be in trouble. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, King unfortunately took a decent amount of damage from Rusi. We do have the Blazing Duet coming out there. Chimera immediately throws down the Zaman Force. Zablot's going to go back to his tower. Jumpstyle goes in underneath. Deadly Magic is going to be able to finish the job. Jumpstyle finds a kill under his belt for his team as well. And Infinity just a few seconds too late for that counter. Fanboy looking for an escape. Going to go ahead and get around. I believe this will be the second turtle of the game. Infinity looking to maybe be able to contest this. Blink comes down, lands down onto the backside, finds himself a Tsunami Slam as well. Gets taken down, but earns his team their second turtle of the game.
The chaos here for both teams playing in that situation, but now the Tsunami Slam of an enemy lane here.
Yeah, we do have a blazing or a real world manipulation that comes out, and unfortunately, Lionel had already used that brilliance earlier. So a great paying attention there by Chaikai to understand what was up and what was down for them. Rusi comes in, Black Dragon is out onto Jumpstyle. Jumpstyle actually might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna have to use that teleport to get out of harm's way. Rusi wisely going underneath the bush to try to help protect his lane.
Yeah, meanwhile here Infinity is trying to respond something in the bottom lane here while I have two players from in DreamX in the top side, but now here comes Rusi once again, 1v2!
Yeah, he's able to find Jumpstyle there. Final Slash comes out from King, but you could see that passive feeding into Rusi, giving him all the health that he needed. King in a little bit of trouble here. Out comes the Avatar of the Guardian on the backside. King goes in and gets taken out. 7-5 right now. Both teams essentially standing in the middle of the ring, throwing out haymakers, continuing this fast-paced game. Who will run out of stamina first as we see the first tower of the game go down for the side of DreamX?
No time here for taking a breath for both teams, but now here comes the first tower in favor for Infinity in the top side. Now King has to do with some struggling in the top side here, but now he is heading on the mid lane because okay, maybe the situation could be a little harder for DreamX. We're seeing the items here so far glowing in hand. Black Zero is able to force back to play safe in the tower even after their Harley's ultimate. Claude with the Demon Hunter. The chaos here in the Land of Dawn in this last game, my friend Private.
Yeah, and you can see there, the only problem here is that the Black Dragon right now is just becoming this huge force right now. 4-0 right now. Rusi gonna go, Avatar of the Guardian comes out, still trying to latch on a Jake finds the kill deep into the back lines there for Infinity. 5-9 right now. Infinity is on a roll. This is gonna go ahead and open up this turtle for them.
A very strong weapon here for Infinity comes from Lionel and the Lunox with 2 kills. Shaikai was taken down once again for, I believe it was Rusi here with the Black Dragon with the Yuzong. 5 kills for Rusi, the XP laner for Infinity, taking down the players. 9 kills. The goal lead now just a little bit ahead for Infinity now, heading for another turtle. 2 turtles versus only 1 for DreamX. The game is still even for both teams, but now Infinity has a strong weapon, which is Zablak with the Claw. Okay, he's struggling with this early game, but now Lionel is responding so well with this Lunox with 2 kills.
Yeah, I feel like having this XP laner out here in the late. Ooh, Rusi might be looking at a deadly magic coming out from jump style. No, it's just going to be the cards here to try to force him away. But Rusi is having a heck of a game, and I feel like all of our analyzation of the draft of the composition didn't really include the fact that Rusi might actually be able to get about 5 kills here and become like this huge menace during all of these fights. Now they're going to kind of continue here, fighting at the mid. Jump style comes in, trying to find the deadly magic. Brilliance comes out immediately from Lionel.
Yeah, the time here for Lionel using the ultimate wasn't enough. Like, okay, the burst damage here coming from Harley wasn't enough to take Lionel down, but you see that the time was not right, you know, the time was not synchronized here to neutralize the ultimate, the damage that it came from ultimate from Harley. But even though, you know, it is still in a good situation here, it's still comfortable with Lunox. Now they're trying to pull the mid. Oh!
Yeah, they tried to come in with a flicker final slash coming out from King, then the real world manipulation, but Lionel, so quick on the dot, immediately used the brilliance to get out of it. And that's just the skill level that they have on this pick. Jump style in trouble on the back line, gets killed by Zablotch, raising this to a 10-5 game.
I'm wondering how long does this Lunox ultimate he takes to come back, because it was so fast to come back once again. Here, Lionel, oh, once again, Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, ZZ in a little bit of trouble here, gets Tsunami slammed underneath the tower. Lionel able to go ahead and pay that back to Blink. Black Dragon is out. Fanboy finds a kill onto Chimera. Black Dragon deep into the backside. Decides against chasing down Jay Kite, especially with King right there. But this is going to open up the first game Lord for the side of Infinity.
Yeah, the early game here was a chaos for both teams, but now we're seeing Infinity taking the actions, dominating the pace here so far. Now they were able to take down the first turret for first tower here in the mid lane, guaranteeing the Lord. Go lead, heading for almost 5k for Infinity. 12 kills. Only one for Zablotch, but Lionel is still on fire. Rusi is destroying this game so far with this user. But Fanboy, what are you doing there, my friend?
Oh yeah, he's very low. Just got final slash down to the lower lane. The Zaman Force got laid out. And you see that the Eve gonna go lay down that real world manipulation. Zablot's gonna have to use his blazing duet to get himself out of harm's way. All the while this is going on, the Lord is fighting his way through the top lane right now. 28k to 32k. Ooh, a little bit of engagement. Tsunami Slam onto the backside. Blink gonna go ahead and force this fight out. Black Dragon is not enough to save Rusi from Jay Kite. Now the fight continues. The brilliance is out. Ooh, a nice little flicker coming out there from Blink. Jump style able to find a kill onto Lionel. That's going to be 2 down for Infinity.
Jump style here was very clever to wait Lunox ultimate here to end to take down with the burst damage coming up from his ultimate. He was so clever now. DreamHack taking down 2 players for Infinity. Okay, they were able to take down the tower in the top side, but that was it. That was only. So DreamHack is heading back in the game. The goal lead now, the distance, it is just a little bit far from Infinity, but it was bigger in the past. But now Fanboy here is trying to defend. Oh, here comes again. So Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, another engagement coming in with the blazing duet started out by Zablotch. Zablotch able to find a kill onto Blink while Lionel answers it back to Chimera. Black Dragon is out. It's got Jay Kite in its sights. Gonna put some damage on there. Dodging in there is Jay Kite, just narrowly able to get away, but it's going to allow Infinity the space they need to clear out all the towers except for the high grounds from DreamHack.
Yeah, but now I have the impression here that maybe the synergy for DreamHack in this game is not it's not in the same page, because we were seeing like twice or 3 times here. Oh my goodness!
DreamHack might be in trouble. He's gonna have to use that teleport to get back. Rusi gonna take a face full of deadly magic and cards, looking for the teleport, and he's gonna use that teleport to get away. Fanboy on the side, ZZ coming from the side and the flank, trying to get that damage onto Jump Style, but being escorted by the rest of DreamHack to safety.
Yeah, chaos once again here. What Jump Style was able to survive, but once again, oh, here comes Tsunami Slam.
Yeah, no, Tsunami Slam backed up, and Chimera able to find a kill onto Zablat. We had the real world manipulation down. Saw an Appraiser's Wrath slam down onto 2 members. Blink goes down. Black Dragon onto the back lines, looking to take down Chakai. Fanboy finding an answer to Chimera. 2 down for the side of DreamHack. And while I feel like DreamHack is trying to keep up pace, it's just Infinity coming out ahead in a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, goal lead once again here, heading for Infinity, almost a 4K back in the days for Infinity. Now they're able to secure the Lord. Jumpstar here is on the game. He's still alive, but it seems that DreamHack won't fight back for this Lord. Once again, the last team fight was 2 players for Infinity, 2 players down for DreamHack. I was about to say like some initiations for Blink was not in the same page with the rest of the teams, with the rest of the teammates from DreamHack, because it comes with the Tsunami Slam, but there wasn't the follow-up for the damage. There wasn't the follow-up for the combo, for the execution for DreamHack. There were like, I saw at least 2 or 3 times this happening here for the DreamHack, and it wasn't working for that composition. So only in the last time here that we saw a Blink with the Tsunami Slam, the guarantee 1 kill for DreamHack. But even though Infinity Esports responded back with 2 kills, but now the situation is, the fact is, the Lord is heading on the top side. No more high ground tower in that lane. Super minions, here comes the pressure, here comes the action, here comes the boom from Infinity.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out, searching around, trying to find a good possible contender onto Chakai. They do find a big Avatar of the Guardian. Fanboy might be going down. Chakai able to answer back there underneath the tower. Infinity might have overstayed their welcome as they get beat back. 1 down in the form of a Fanboy. But I do want to say, I feel like we talked about worst case scenarios for the Tsunami Slam, and twice it's already happened where Blink is only able to grab ZZ, one of the tankiest heroes on Infinity's side. Now you've got ZZ on the back line with your team, and he's going to be able to get all these defense. He's going to be able to get that Appraiser's Wrath onto them. Another Tsunami Slam comes out against Rusi with the deadly magic. Blink might be in trouble, gets taken down immediately by Infinity.
Yeah, DreamHack here lost a Blink. At least they took down the tower in the mid lane here. But I saw a Sky Pierce here on Chimera's hand and Herrick. Now it was not the first item here. I think there was the 4th. Oh, Blazing Door!
Yeah,
okay.
I think that was mostly just to clear out a lot of those minions. Black Dragon is out. He's going to try to zone out the rest of a DreamHack here. King on the backside taking a lot of damage. We do have the real world manipulations down. Infinity able to take down the tower onto the backside. Ooh, they do find a kill. Well, they're not able to find a kill just yet, but they are disengaging. Jump style. Ooh, I wonder if Lionel's going to be trying to go onto the backside. Ooh, Cloud coming in. Blink decides against the engagement onto the team.
Yeah, Lionel heals her heart. Oh, here comes once again.
Yeah, that's got a Kacha, though. He's going to be able to use that Avatar of the Guardian to get himself away. Now that's just going to be a quick trip to the base for him to reset as the turtle counts down from 10 seconds.
But once again here, you were talking about like the target from DreamHack, especially with the Tsunami Slam. It was in the Fredrin, and now we saw in Gato Chacha. So okay, there are tankies, there are the resistant ones. Maybe it's not the best idea, but now check it out where Jump Style is. He's trying to find a flank. He's trying to find a chance for DreamHack in the next Lord that could work well.
Yeah, but his only target, right? Oh, you can see already he's going to be looking for a quick ride back to the base because he sees how close ZZ is. Oh, actually, no, they're going to come in. Blake comes in with a little bit of a pound onto the earth. ZZ from the side, looking for an angle to possibly be able to get this Lord. I feel like Infinity's in a good position here. They can slow play the Lord. They want a fight out with DreamHack because they've been winning some of these later fights as well. If we come in with the Tsunami Slam, I think we've got a great front line that can withstand. Ooh, speaking of which, the Lord catches 4 members with a pop-up, but that is going to be a Lord for Infinity.
The MVP goes for the Lord. Not gonna be a 4 players for Infinity. But now the fact is, once again, the 17 minutes on the last game, the 5th game here in the best of 5. Another Lord for Infinity game. Winter Crown for Claude. And now the Malefic gun. A full build marksman coming out from Infinity. The Herald has the same situation. Magic Crystal. Infinity Glaive here as the last item. Sky Pierce as well. Okay, I'm not sure about this Sky Pierce here, but maybe in the next possible team fights here that can stack well. But now here comes again another initiation in the jungle.
Yeah, Zablash takes a huge deadly magic that's going to drop him down to about 1/3 of health. Lord coming down through the mid. Chimera taking a lot of damage as Rusi only down to 10%. Still has that immortality proc. Jump style tries to come in. Is going to have to teleport himself out to safety. Lord now beginning his descent onto the core as the rest of Infinity trying to focus their target onto the bottom high ground tower. In comes a blazing duet followed by the Winter Crown. Able to get away is Zablash. The full damage coming from that blazing duet sprayed on to DreamMax as well. Final slash comes in, only lands on to Fanboy.
Yeah, I have the impression that I saw Lionel losing the immortality coming out from Lunox, so it's an important spell here, an important item situation for Infinity. Once again, the last tower here in the mid lane was taking down for Infinity. Only the last one in the bottom lane is still standing for DreamMax. Once again, the items. Almost everyone here in the full build. Only Lionel waiting for the last item for Lunox. Even in the ice dominance here, Athena for Gato Chacha. The last one probably comes for immortality for a Fanboy to buy more time. DreamMax now playing aggressive, heading for the jungle, but
yeah, the problem here is when you look at the composition of DreamMax, 4 damage dealers that are magical for DreamMax, or 3 damage dealers are magical. Even Blink is magic. If you look at King's build, he's only got defensive items. There is no physical damage on their team, which has allowed Infinity to pick up the Radiant armor, allowed them to pick up the Athena's shield as well. So DreamMax have to DPS for about 20 minutes to be able to break through Infinity's defensive items that they have right now. And that just might be, like I said, this is the 5th round. This is where drafts start taking a few expenditures. They're not as confident with a lot of these picks, and some of the picks might not be the best in slot for what they are trying to accomplish.
oh, now jump style over Claude here. Almost he got the kill. Oh, the idea was very good here, Private, but it wasn't enough to take down the ADC. But once again, here we go.
Yeah, Black Dragon is out onto the backside. I think they've locked on to Che Kite, looking for that kill on there. You see the Black Dragon looking for it. They're going to go ahead and clean out. Blink going to go ahead and use that flicker to get himself out of harm's way. We do have the Brilliance coming out from Lionel as well to dodge out that deadly magic. On the Lord, we have 3 members of DreamMax waiting. Going to go ahead and try to bait out this Lord. Nobody's able to check that bush from Blink. Still looking for the Tsunami Slam. Comes in immediately. Has that immortality procced onto them, and now taken down by Rusi. Meanwhile, we have the real world manipulation spraying down damage. Zablash gonna have that blazing duet on the backside. King able to find himself and escape. Minions on the core that Jump Style's going to have to answer. This possibly might be a free Lord for the side of Infinity. Are they gonna answer this? Is somebody gonna do it? Fighting Jump Style is fighting for his life at the core, trying to take down those minions.
Once again here, the minions trying to backdoor for Infinity, but now the Lord here, I think that's a little easier for DreamMax.
Yeah, they're going to try it, but ZZ's in a great position. They're not going to be able to. Lord has been reset. Black Dragon is out now for the side of Infinity. I don't know if they've been able to find Che Kite just yet. Now coming in, Rusi going to take a face full of that Zaman Force. Down to 10%. Lord, who's going to get it? The Appraiser's Wrath with the Retribution hands the Lord over to ZZ. Now Infinity looking for their escape. ZZ very slow to get out. Are they going to be able to protect them? Winter Crown is out as well as Chimera cleans up the job. They got the Lord, but they are down 3 players on the side of Infinity.
Infinity here got the Lord, but they lost the 2 players. The Lord, I'm sorry, marching on the mid lane. But I don't think that Infinity is gonna take a good advantage. Oh, what does he do it? Oh my goodness. Jump style is the terror. It's terrifying everyone over Infinity here in the jungler with this Harley so far. But once again, the Lord guaranteed by Infinity comes for nothing, because with the last 2 players, they were not able to do anything. And once again, look at where Jump style is. He always is trying to find someone in the jungle. He's always trying to find someone lost here to get a burst damage, to get a possibly potential pick off here for a Dream Max. So Infinity has to take care. Infinity has to be aware of that situation coming up for a Harley of Jump style.
Yeah, the only problem now is at the 23-minute mark, you're starting to lose the favorability with this Black Dragon. Well, not starting to. That should already have flipped. Roosty's going to have a lot of trouble. He can get back there. He can get vision onto Kite, but he can no longer be the solo force that is able to take down Kite in the back line. And unfortunately, they don't have a lot of people besides Fanboy that can join him in that type of fight. Once they join him, you're going to have your back line wide open as well. So it is a very tricky composition to work with now at the 23-minute mark. Ooh, actually, they might have a lock on the Harley. Are going to be able to find the flank? You see Fanboy going out. Avatar the Guardian comes down, and a Black Dragon. That's 2 ultimates used here with 23 seconds left on the Lord.
Yeah, like 2 ultimates here now. There comes the opportunity for Dream Max. Oh!
Yeah, Tsunami Slam comes out. Zaman Force has been laid down, and they make quick work of Azizi. If they were looking for an opportunity, this might be it. With 7 seconds left on the Lord, 4 members on the side of Infinity. You can see here Lionel trying to get the split push out there for her team.
Infinity Sports, what did you do here? Using ultimates for nothing, and now you lost the jungler, you lost the retribution situation here. Lionel was able now to head back to fight back this Lord. He could find a flank, but now look at the King, look at King once again. Here it comes!
Oh, Lionel comes in from the flank, able to pour on the damage. Rusi able to take down Jump Style. The rest of Infinity looking to take down Chimera. That's 2 down for the side of Dream Max. Are they going to be able to turn this around? Final Slash comes out. Rusi able to find Kite. Blink has to go back to the base. As you can see here, a big fight breaking out. King alone fighting against 3 members of Infinity. He's still going in. Fanboy has to use the Winter Crown. The base has minions pushing on it. Zablotch is fighting to try to get this push onto the base. Are they going to be able to find it? Here come the auto attacks. Fanboy joins in. King trying to hold on to their ankles. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the game. Infinity are your hard-fought Game 5 victors.
This is what MCT AMER South is a best of 5 here with the 5 games, and it goes for Infinity with the 3-2 here. Xena.
What a match that was, right? High bloodshed. It was chaos. That is a way to end the Swiss stage, I would say. We went the full best of 5 there. We had what was it? Jump Style was getting the jump in the early game with 2 kills and securing that first turtle. But after that, Rusi was dominating the field and taking it in for his team. And that power struggle that they were having, whew, Infinity then claims it, right? So, wow. That's all I got to say about that.
Especially that early game, it was the perfect early game that Infinity could have asked for, because especially with Rusi getting a lot of the kills, that meant that the threat of Kite in the early to mid game was completely nullified. Every single time that Black Dragon went out, it said, I have one purpose. Where is Kite? I'm going to find Kite. And as soon as they were able to find it, able to latch onto there, even if he wasn't able to get the kill, he would push Kite far enough to the back that she would not be part of any of these fights.
Yeah, and that's one of the situation for static mages here. So J-Cat was an Ivy here, was not able to. There's not so many ways to escape. There's so much mobility coming from an Ivy here. So it was very difficult for for a J-Cat here to do something. But even though Infinity, after the early game here with a so aggressive one, with so in favor to Infinity, it was able to hand that situation, you know, because we can say that the game was close. The game was close because we got Chimeras, a dangerous situation here. We got a Chai-Kite, even jump fire with Harley, you know, burst damage here, trying to burst a Cloud, for example, or even Lunox Lionel that we saw like at least twice or 3 times, you know. But even though here the macro was so good for Infinity, the map were so good for Infinity, they had like the super minions the most of the time is in the top lane and even in the mid lane here to always to war and concern DreamHack to force someone to go back in the base, as we saw that already almost minions once again doing the backdoor winning the game for Infinity once again. So even though the game was like 25 minutes long here, as we're seeing the 71 team participation for King, the 74 for Lionel here, 70 for Fanboy. Even though like the game was really like in favor for Infinity, even though because of Lionel, even though we see Lionel like sometimes not like being afraid of even a jump styles situation, or Zablox here not like using the blazing duet so well with some situations, but they were enough here to guarantee the victory for Infinity so far after 25 minutes and 30 seconds in this last game.
Yeah, Dream Max, we're having a hard time there. The Kalea did not do as well as they hoped that she would. She was not able to protect the team, and the fact that they drafted well, choosing that Yuzong against J-Kite, Yi, like Rico was saying, she stands still and very, you know, just being able to get to her with that Yuzong was a big factor in this win. Alright, our MVP, this player didn't just show up, they took over the game at the end, or somehow they were able to dish that damage. It ended up being Lionel here with that Lunix, showing J-Kite what it was all about with 6-3-11 KDA, 95.9k total damage, and 657 golds per minute.
I want to say too, I was a little skeptical on Lionel just because I felt like defensively it provided a lot with the brilliance, but I feel like especially when you have a composition that includes Kalea, that includes Arlott, that's all you really needed. There was a lot of opportunities where you saw them go in, land a final slash, land a tsunami slam, but it was on the wrong person. It was on Lionel, who would immediately, and I'm talking about no hesitation, almost like they baited it out so that they could get caught, just so that they could use the brilliance to get out of harm's way. And that was just such a great job done by Lionel for that as well. And I feel like that was the biggest problem with the draft coming out from DreamHack. You had 2 initiating factors, 2 initiations that were supposed on getting to the front line and pulling that front line back. But the side of Infinity did such a good job of making sure that none of their squishies were those targets. And if it was a squishy target, it was somebody like Lionel who could get out of it. Or it was the Fredrin. Or it was Gatakacha who would be getting caught. And those were some big punishing blows, because as soon as that came out, it actuated the team. As soon as they landed a tsunami slam, the team DreamHack said, all right, boys, we're all in. The real world manipulation came out. The Zaman Force came out. All of these ultimates laid to try to take down a tanky hero, or to try to take down a hero who could negate all of that damage, and then they would be able to turn those fights around.
You're absolutely right here when it comes to MVP for Lionel. Even though I was wondering, like sometimes Lionel was like playing more in defense, for example, using the brilliance here just to survive or escape like from the burst coming from the Harley's ultimate, for example, or with the Harriet one. He was solid. He was like good, and he was playing comfortable for this Infinity's composition with Lunox that we already know, that we all know, like this potential for late game, this a true damage that can melt down anyone in front of him also. So maybe it was not like, maybe it was not the same performance as a Chikai using the Lunox here, but he was a very good and very solid to guarantee this victory for Infinity in this best of 5. It's so chaotic, so wild here with a 5 game. So 3-2 for Infinity.
I do have to say, I think we kind of did the caster's curse here.
La
Whoopsie.
Bufa.
Sorry there, but yeah, they ended up doing an amazing job there on the map. They fought with all their might on that last one, and it paid off.
When it comes to one of the things I kind of want to point out too is I feel like we've had a lot of games in the South where the minions and the macro has become a huge issue for teams, especially in the late game where all of the towers are down. We try to get these initiating factors on, and a lot of these fights ended with minions on the base almost clearing it out. How many times have we called that out where we saw like minions on the base almost about to take it out? I feel like the last time was the final time, or the last time was it last game or the game before that was the first time I actually think the camera was able to catch it, and you were seeing I think it was Claude fighting it off. So yeah. I mean, that is something to kind of, I want to say, take back to the proverbial locker room when it comes to like strategies and drafting and things that maybe teams need to understand a little bit better, is that macro, those pushes, making sure that we understand that when a lot of these fights, it's not just about the objective fight. It's also about creating that pressure in those side lanes so that especially when you're in that late game where these fights tend to last a little bit longer than they should, create that pressure into the side lane so that if the longer this fight goes on, eventually the enemy team is going to have to answer that.
So I do have to agree with you on that. Map control is very important for like just making sure that the team's able to get around and do what they need to do, because then you'll end up getting a snowball from the other team, and then you're going to go against a full-on 5-man, and it's a clash that you do not want, and you're losing lane at the same time. So that is something that they really do need to start looking into, to kind of paying attention to those lanes.
Yeah, and by the time that we were talking about Mobile Legends, and we're talking about like a MOBA, which always the people say, usually they say that it's a turn game, like one attack and then other one attack later, and we are talking about a tempo situation, for example. So when you use the macro in your favor, like not only to push the minion, because sometimes when we talk about macro, there are some people who understand like, okay, so we have to push the minion waves, No, sometimes you have to freeze one. Sometimes you have to stack these minion waves to avoid resources and farm to the enemy, for example. So working in a macro situation, not only working in a high tempo, for example, not only working and forward, but knowing that when you can like calm down, when you have to dominate the pace on the game, for example, not only for the objectives, but for the sides, for the lane assignment that comes later. After the lane phase, you have to work in the lane assignment all the time to respond that minion waves, to respond that tempo, to respond that situation that comes from both the teams, and to control and manage the objective in a sequence, for example. So the macro is a very, very important coming out for any games or any situation here in AMER South, AMER North, and any other region. So macro is a very important, and they have to study, and we have to know more about it to evolve in the game, to grow up a little more.
Yeah, I do have to say that macro is important, but then sometimes some people focus too much on the macro and don't get into those team fights with their team. And that can also be a big factor in their loss, because that one moment that you're there with your team could help you turn the tides.
I'm a firm believer when we're talking about split pushing, that needs to be a team decision. I hate watching a team fail in a fight because the marksman decided he wasn't going to join the fight, and he was going to try to be the one-man army trying to push up
Or even
at the side
EXP
lane.
laner.
And I want to say a lot of times you can tell when it is a team's decision, because the push is a very subtle one. You'll see the push, and then you'll see the marksman on the mini map start kind of egging back and forth. Like, is he going to join? Do they want me to join the fight, or do you want me to push? Do you want me to join the fight? You got the fight? Okay, I'm just going to push. Or I'm all right, I'm coming in to help, guys. And then somebody's going to have to go answer it. That comes down to a team decision. One thing I want to say, though, is I feel like Infinity has had a huge growth here from the first week that we have seen them here. Yes, there are some things that need to be cleaned up. A few of those roam picks, maybe not the best in slot that we can be using. We don't need to go outside of the meta just to say that we went outside of the meta, or just to make that claim. So hopefully we're at a point where we have cleaned up some of those picks. Okay. I was seeing the, I'm back, guys. The Matrix did not claim me, but yeah, I was gonna say, hopefully we're at a point where we have cleaned up some of those picks for them, and we don't really have to worry about some of these roams that can come out. I feel like we've got a good handle on a lot of roams that we like, and that we use, and that we were successful with, and that our team was able to kind of collaborate with. Focus on those, focus on the meta, and I feel like Infinity could have a very successful run of these playoffs.
Yeah, and it is very funny about like talking about macro situation, because we were talking about in the competitive scenario here. But I don't know if it happens to you guys, but when I'm playing a ranked game, for example, when I see some crazy guy like running off the enemy, like trying to get the kill, or trying to get like, okay, I wanna take some kind of advantage, and when they say, oh, hey guys, please, play safe, play safe. No, kill. No, kill doesn't win the game. It's not only about the kill. And the guy said, oh, I've never seen a dead hero defending the tower, for example. So no, but hey, don't worry. Kill is not only the main thing in the game. So you have to think about the other situations. Have to think about like defending towers, guarantee the minion waves, guarantee the objective here. So everything has to be on the same page. Everything has to be on the same side of the coin here. So yeah, I'm talking about the ranked games, the casual ones. But when it comes to competitive, this can't be, and it has to be a very strong side for any team if they want to be champion, if they want to reach the top, if they want to get...
In rank, of course, you're going to play with people that are not, like on comms or anything with you, so you're gonna get those people that are not gonna listen. They feel like they are the better player, so they're gonna try to do whatever they want to do. But here it's a key to communicate with your team, and like Private said, you got to make sure who's gonna push or who's not gonna push, as long as the team make that group decision, right? All right, and here we are. For the North group, we will have Stamina versus U2 Esports, and then we have Lionel versus Leviton, and this will be on Thursday of next week.
That's right, the beginning of the playoffs. It's going to be day 13 for the North group. That will be deciding. That will be the first step in deciding who the South will face up against in the grand finals. I know there's going to be a lot of eyes on a lot of these games.
Yeah, two insane games here coming out for MCT AMER North Disseminate, which has an average performance so far. U2 that they need to prove themselves that they are able to win the AMER North here. On the other hand, we have Lion Sports here, which has surprisingly in a positive way for the performance, you know. So maybe not maybe, but we are going to see a very interesting best of 5 here versus Leviathan in this the second match. Both matches are insane. Both matches are very good, you know, but I'm excited to see the next one, the second one, Lion Sports versus Leviathan.
Yeah, and this is the start of the playoffs, right? It's going into the playoffs, and this will be the first match for that. So it's going to be an exciting run and a new set of tournament things that we need to go through. So
I know I'll be watching this as well. I've been watching the North very closely, of course, because I'm biased and I love the North, so I'm always gonna keep an eye on a lot of these familiar players. But this, I believe, this is 8th through 5th place here as well for both of these teams. So, or for all of these teams. So that's gonna be the first round for all of them, and that's exactly what I believe they were fighting for here. That's where DreamMax has ended up here for us. That on day 1 of our playoffs here for the South, it will feature DreamMax and the rest of, I believe, 5th through 8th place as well.
All right, and we do want to give a quick shout out again to our sponsors. We cannot thank them enough for sponsoring us, Runestone. Runestone, but also the Open Qualifiers, guys. I always want to thank them, but we also want to let y'all know before that, we have open registration for the MWI. We got the women's league here going on, so be sure you ladies, you teams out there, make sure you get together and get in before it ends, May 2nd through May 11th here, and you get your chance at being in the big leagues on the stage with everyone else, you know?
Yeah, when it comes to pursue your dreams, so here's the chance for you ladies. Now the open qualifiers here for the MWI are open registration. So you have the inspirations to it. You have Chai, for example. You have Ashley's. You have another female players, which are very, very good in this scenario. So it all comes to you ladies. This is your time to shine.
Yes, you have what it takes. And right now, I do want to thank, for real this time, our Runestone sponsor, runestone.gg. Light up your esports and get those data and analytics to get your game on the next level.
Yeah, a big shout out to them for making this broadcast possible. But like you said, if you want a company that is taking gaming as seriously and as passionate as you do, look no further than runestone.gg.
Runestone. And remember, guys, be sure to follow us on the social pages, MLBB Esports. We're everywhere that you can find us. I'll go backwards this time. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, X, Twitch, and Kick. We will have all of the standings on there, as well as who's won, who's lost, and tips and tricks, and even little highlights. So you want a little quick highlight from our casters here, it'll be on there as well.
Yeah, everything here, everything you can find in our social network. So make sure you can follow us with the back notes, with some memes, with some content creators over there. So everything you can find in our social networks here, so you can find in MLBB Esports. So stay tuned. So keep following us, okay, and get to know more about what is happening on the MLBB ecosystem.
Yeah, it does lay out a lot of the channels that you can follow when the games are going on, all of our partners, and you can even find out if you guys want to connect with us as well, the casters and the host. All the information that you may have missed, you can find there on our socials.
Yes. I love the social channels, right? I always go in and look and see what everyone's doing. They even did one with Odette showing up, right? Like one of our casters here was able to cosplay as Odette, and it was pretty cool to see.
Yeah, so now I think that it's time for us to say goodbye, Zina. Sadly.
Alright. Well, I just wanted to keep it a little longer because, you know, I love being here with you guys. But anyways, more matches and more moments and more excitement to come. So be sure to come in and check us again on Thursday with the north side of it all. We are MCT AMER South, and we're signing off for the day. See you later.